Phones off. All right, so we're going to get started. My name is Gustavo Montero. I'm the chairman of Carta Capital and the president of the conference. We are really gathered here for a very important reason. This year is the 50 years anniversary of the bilateral relationships between Switzerland and the UAE. We have the incredible presence of His Excellency, the Ambassador of Switzerland. Thank you very much for honoring us with your presence. And in the initial discussions we had with the Ambassador, the idea was to create an event that celebrates also blockchain between Switzerland and the UAE. So today you will see speakers in this field, companies in this field, and there's a number of very important people in this room. To start with this event, I'd like to invite His Excellency, our Ambassador, Mr. Massimo Baggi, to the floor, please. Thank you very much. Thank
you. Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's a pleasure to be here in Dubai for this event, and I would like to thank you, the organizer of this gathering, Carta Capital and the Swiss Business Council, for giving me the opportunity to briefly address to you. In fact, I wonder whether I should be here this morning because I'm not young anymore, and I'm certainly not an expert on blockchain, but you have been kind enough to invite me, and again, it's a pleasure to be here. Yes, we are celebrating the 50th anniversary of our bilateral relationship between Switzerland and the UAE. And when the opportunity arose to have an event on blockchain and youth, of course, that was very much a hit and a fit into our program. Because, yes, we decided to consecrate a special attention to youth during this year of the 50th anniversary. And this is for a very specific reason. 3.5 years ago, when I joined the embassy, my president was here, the president of Switzerland, and we met the president of the UAE, at that time the Crown Prince of Abu Dhabi. And we were all very much surprised when the Crown Prince received my delegation, not in an official palace, but in the youth hub of the UAE in Abu Dhabi. And not in the main room of the youth hub, but in the corridor of the youth hub. And believe me, at the very beginning, we didn't understand the message. But soon, it was very much clear. And the president told us, if you wish to bring the relationship between Switzerland and the UAE at a much higher level, then we have to invest and work with the youth. In Switzerland, we are slow people, so it took me 3 years to get the message. Well, in between, we had 2 years of COVID, but finally we did it. And last week we started a tour of the UAE and Bahrain, where I'm also ambassador, and we try to bring this message and to work with the youth, and this is why this is a perfect fit into our program. Not only because of the youth, but because also of blockchain, which is after, I would say, roughly 10 years of slow and rapid evolution, blockchain became probably one of the most disruptive technologies with which we all face in one way or the other. You probably, among you, I will certainly have the chance to listen to expert, but also from us, from representative of the government that I have the chance to represent here today, and especially the government of Switzerland with a major financial center that we continue to have at home in Switzerland and here in the UAE, especially thanks to our very numerous banks that we have here in the UAE, more than 20, 25 Swiss banks established here on shore. Believe me, this is very much exceptionally, because as you know, Swiss banks usually do their business out of Switzerland, but here our banks came and prosper and continue to come. Recently, we had two new digital banks established in the UAE, and especially established in Abu Dhabi and not in Dubai. This is probably another new trend. As a representative of a government, we are involved because blockchain is part of our daily life as well in many areas. But we are also the regulator, right? And I don't know, maybe there are not many representatives of the regulator within this room. So I don't want to play the role of the police here, but I think, I have the impression that a good cooperation between public and private sector is probably the key for the success of blockchain, also as we have seen in many other cases. When it comes to cryptocurrency, after a very dynamic, sustained growth, we have seen a little bit of fading into this area, and hopefully with an even better cooperation between public and private sector, it will be possible to reestablish confidence of the people and bring it to the next level. But I'm here mainly to hear from you, which are your expectations, and hopefully we will be able to pass a few messages through my government and also to the government of the UAE. When it comes to financial services, Switzerland is particularly strong here in the UAE, and this is why Switzerland is one of the very few countries with a financial dialogue with the UAE. A financial dialogue that we take very much seriously, and that we do at the highest possible level. Our Minister for Finance was here 3 times already in 3 years, and always we took this opportunity to have one edition of this finance dialogue that we do here with the Ministry of Finance. We have an agenda that we discuss among regulators, and blockchain is part of it, as well as many other issues. So I'm very much eager to hear from you to which extent both of us, representative of the private and the public sector, can take this opportunity to improve even further our cooperation. The next edition of this financial dialogue is already planned for beginning of May. I will come to Dubai to hear more specifically from the representative of our financial sector what you would like to put on the table of this discussion. But believe me, this morning is for me a very precious occasion to listen to you. With that, again, thank you very much for your attention, and I wish you a good work for today. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. Very, very good. Well, Mr. Ambassador, that was very interesting. You already spoke about the regulatory environment, the future of blockchain, and what are we going to do with all this? Where are we going to? In this event, we will cover a number of those subjects. Before we go on, I'd like to introduce very quickly the other 2 MCs for today. Mr. Bilal Ahmed is my partner and CEO of Carter Capital, and Michael Lane, partner of the Swiss Group. So, the next welcoming speech is also very important. by Mr. Peter Harradine. Peter, for the ones that you don't know him, has built about 400 golf courses in the world, something like that. 200. He's a very important man, and he's the president of the Swiss Business Council. So Peter, the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. And as we say in Switzerland, guten Tag, bonjour, buongiorno, allegra, and finally the international way, good morning. And last but not least, a real Swiss word, grüezi wohl. First of all, and on behalf of the Swiss Business Council, I would like to thank Mr. Gustavo Montero for inviting me to say a few words. I'm extremely honored to be in front of such an important gathering. Furthermore, this is a very special year for us because, as our ambassador said, we celebrate 50 years of diplomatic relations between the UAE and Switzerland. 50 years is definitely an important milestone, and I can still remember our chargé d'affaires in Abu Dhabi before we had a full-time ambassador. Just shows you how many years I've been here. And now a short address regarding our Business Council and this summit. There are three words in today's world that one hears again, again, and again, and that is youth, blockchain, and sustainable. I definitely know what youth means, as I was also very young about 20 years ago. But blockchain and sustainability are complicated mysteries. That's why we have such a distinguished line of speakers today that will explain what those words really mean, especially for investors. And surely blockchain is and must be sustainable. But what does sustainable and sustainable development really mean? Those words are repeated again and again and again and again. In 1987, the United Nations Brundtland Commission defined sustainability as meeting the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own need. Must have been a politician who wrote that. What does it really mean? What is clear is that to be sustainable, you need innovation. And innovation is generated by young people. In fact, our future relies on young people and innovation. So what is blockchain? Here comes another definition. Blockchain is a shared, immutable ledger that facilitates the process of recording transactions and tracking assets in a business network. An asset can be tangible, a house, a car, cash, land, or intangible, intellectual property, patents, copyrights, and branding. Well, that was very clear. I didn't understand it at all. So where are we going? Do we have answers to those questions? Are we sustainable as a Swiss Business Council? Well, we are used as an example by the Dubai Chamber of Commerce. We are in business, and that is why we are a business council. We have 334 members, and that is a lot for such a small country as Switzerland. And knowing how careful the Swiss are with their money, they would not have joined us if it was worth it. We had 66 networking events last year. Our membership has increased dramatically since 2021, as can be seen by our 2020-21 directory. The directories are on my table. We only have 3 left, and one of them is here. So you can all die for the directory. There's only 3 left in the whole UAE at the moment, because we're going to print our new one, and there are 2 there. In fact, I can give this one away as well, you know. It'll be a very special edition celebrating the 50 years of diplomatic relations between the UAE and Switzerland. We initiated a sustainable Swiss tower in Dubai, which at 40 floors is the 2nd tallest Swiss tower in the world. Switzerland is the only country in the UAE that has a tower named after it, and we naturally own our offices in the Swiss tower. The Swiss Business Council is 27 years old, just a very little younger than me, and that means that we have done and experienced almost everything. We have taken risks, we have made mistakes, and we have learned from them. We know how to deal with this market. We are innovative, sustainable, reliable, and in line with all the latest technologies and procedures. And also, we make sure to keep up with the vision, pace, and technologies of this incredible city, which, like Switzerland, also encourages pace and security. Sorry, peace and security, and pace as well. Youth has the bright ideas and innovation, but we have the experience. Experience, sustainability, and innovation should work hand in hand. Such a cooperation will guarantee a sustainable success. Did I use the word sustainable too much? Of course I did. But why? Because everybody uses it again, again, and again. Do we really know what sustainable and blockchain really means? Seriously, I sincerely hope that today's summit will explain both these very contemporary and current subjects in a sustainable and clear manner. I therefore wish you all a very informative and successful event, and I leave you in the hands of a great line of speakers who will definitely interest the investors. I thank you very much for listening to me. Mas salama, goodbye, and again, as we say in our country, auf Wiedersehen, au revoir, arrivederci, au revoir, ciao.
Buon, Dankeschön Peter. È stato bellissimo e allora parliamo un po' di inglese. So thank you, Peter, for this very good introduction. You spoke about sustainability. My first job in Switzerland over 35 years ago was one of the directors of the Brundtland Commission. I was right inside the sustainability issue from the very beginning, and I can tell you that I believe blockchain technologies are the answer to the sustainability problem. We will go through that during the day. You'll hear through some very, very good speakers. Now, our next welcoming speaker is very special to us. As you've seen in the program, there was another person that was going to come in this time. Unfortunately, there were some personal situations that forbid him from being here. We wish him the best, by the way. And a great friend, Tim Bune, the Global Government Relations Officers of OKX. OKX is a very important decentralized exchange in the world. You correct me, Tim. I read the news this morning. You traded last 24 hours $700 million, and you are now sitting on $8 billion worth of assets. So it's not a small fish, put it that way. So, Tim, thank you very much. The floor is yours. Thank you. I hope those numbers are right.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for letting me partake in your summit. I see from the title of the Blockchain and Youth Summit, I make at least half of that purpose. And that's the blockchain piece. I'm actually older than I look. But first of all, it is a great privilege and an honor to be here with you all. I want to first thank the summit president, Gustavo Montero, as well as the prior two welcoming speakers, Ambassador of Switzerland, His Excellency, Massimo Baghi, and President of the Swiss Business Council, Peter Herradine. I'm sorry to say I stopped playing golf about a year ago. I told my wife only one of us can waste all our money on golf, and so I passed the baton to her. Thank you for the lovely introduction. I serve as the Global Government Relations Officer for OKX. What that means is that I actually travel, have the fortunate opportunity to travel and meet governments, regulators, central bankers. And we are here in Dubai because we think that it's a healthy and robust environment, specifically because of the regulations. My personal background is I was a regulator for the Federal Reserve Bank of San Francisco for 16 years, as well as the FDIC, the Deposit Insurance Corporation. You know, these are, to be completely honest, not the exact vibe of the crypto conferences that I normally attend. But my background is actually fairly very traditional as a regulator for 16 years. And then I worked for Visa for 5 years as their AML officer. I finally caught the Bitcoin bug in 2014 and joined a Bitcoin payment processor called BitPay in Atlanta, Georgia. If you wonder why a Bitcoin company would start in Atlanta, Georgia, it's because that's where all the credit card processors are. First Data, as well as Global Payments and several more. But my experience with the blockchain virtual assets world has been an amazing ride. I could not have foreseen how it has blossomed, but obviously not with the bumps in the road. And so, you know, as a participant in the industry, we have a huge responsibility to do things right, to be compliant, and to grow with the regulations that are coming. I want to end with just one final message that this partnership with Switzerland and the UAE and Dubai, I think is wonderful. Switzerland has Zug Switzerland, and it's been a pioneer of blockchain virtual assets, and I think that is hopefully the partnership and spirit that can be brought to Dubai and UAE. You know, maybe the participants here weren't as excited on February 7th, but it was a huge day for VARA, Virtual Assets Regulatory Authority, as they released about 300 pages of regulations for the industry. And so if you have investments or companies, startups venturing into this world, I would please ask you to read or skim at least, some of the regulations, because it is actually very innovative by that regulator to release such comprehensive regulations. And I think it is the most up-to-date regulations today. In prior, the journey of the crypto world in terms of regulations probably started in March 2013 with FinCEN, coming out with guidance that in essence called Bitcoin a convertible virtual currency. And with the addition of that last word, it brought it into the money service business regulations focused on AML. So, but now, given the lessons learned of the past couple months, there's many more prudent controls and aspects that are needed. And so as a participant of that, we do significant volume on a daily basis. We are pledged and committed to operate soundly wherever we expand to. And we look forward to being your neighbors. This is also a great day for me. Our office, we're moving into our brand new office in the Dubai World Trade Center today. So it's especially a blessing day. Thank you, and I hope you enjoy the conference.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Team Dorothy. Thank you very much for doing this very much. Well, team, you spoke about regulators. We're asset managers with Bilal, so we love to talk to regulators all the time because we think that the blockchain environment should be regulated. That's our position. We are ex-bankers, Bilal and myself. I'm also ex-Price Waterhouse in Geneva, so I come from a fully regulated environment, and I very much want this environment to be regulated. So thank you to the introducers to this event. It was perfect. You set the tone right. Now we're going to have 3 small, short knowledge parts of this conference. The idea is to give you a sense of what's really happening in this world, hopefully from a business standpoint, not so much from the technology part. So I'm just going to spend a few minutes with you telling you about the business of blockchain from a global perspective. Can you set me up with this one? Michael, you time me if I go over. You tell me so. Right, so I am, as I said before, the founder and chairman of Carter Capital. This is a clicker. How does it go? All right, we'll see. Yes, perfect. Is a diversified crypto asset management, so we have to do with most of the things that were said here at the very beginning. Couple of words about myself. I'm Swiss, but I was born in Chile. Spent most of my life in Switzerland, in Geneva. The founder of the company. I'm an engineer by training. I did my qualifications of MBA, etc. in the US. I'm still a PhD candidate, something I will never finish in my life at the University in Grenoble, just for the fun of it. I had the opportunity to open Standard Chartered in Switzerland from zero. There was no bank when I arrived there. And then I was in the board of directors of Kramer, a bank from Lugano, for people from Lugano here. It's a great bank from Lugano. I speak globally in many conferences in different parts of the world, but I'm also a university professor. They pay me $100 a month, so I do it, for other reasons than money. But the thing I'm most proud of is that I've been a Swiss ski guide for the blind for now 20 years in Switzerland, and that's the thing that I miss most being here in the UAE. We're going to touch upon 4 different areas very quickly. First, the technology behind blockchain, try to understand what this is all about. Then just a bit of a flavor for the business of blockchain. What is that we're doing with this technology? Some trends as I see them going forward, what to invest in, perhaps, if you can call it, and then a few words about the summit. So, the technology behind blockchain. This guy is Joe Biden, no Joe Biden, by the way. Someone asked me if he was Joe Biden. He's saying that he believes that everything is going digital in this world. This is the reason why I came into this a few years ago. I also believe that within the next few years, absolutely everything will be digital. I have no doubts in my mind. The thing is how we're going to get there. And that blockchain is part of that answer. Thank you for the definition for blockchain, Peter, that helped. But let's say, just for the sake of the argument, for the people that are not in blockchain, that blockchain is simply a database. If this is the only thing you take home today about this technology, you won the day. It's just a database. You can think also Excel sheet is a database, of course, except that with this database called blockchain, we can do things that we cannot do with an Excel sheet or other databases. You see these blocks in the left. I'd just like to tell you why is that we call it blockchain technology. We engineers are very weird people, so we just take names and define things, and we don't tell anybody what we do it. The only reason why we call it blockchain technology is because we imagine inside a computer information as a block. That's all. So these blocks of information go from moment 1 to time 1 to time 2, and that's a transaction in blockchain technology. That's the easiest way to understand it. But this database, called blockchain, has characteristics that are not found in our typical databases today. The first one is consensus. That means that once you validate a transaction in the blockchain, that's it. It's validated by all the participants in that specific ecosystem, which we call the blockchain. The second one is replication. Once the transaction is executed, it's actually sent to all the computers. We call them nodes, but in reality they're computers that are participating in this process. So the transaction you have here is now with everybody in the room. We want it that way. That is the way this technology works. Then immutability, Peter spoke about that. That means that we cannot change any of the transactions we've done. Think about that. Once you put a transaction into blockchain, you can never change it. I was an auditor for 10 years. I wish I'd had that. It would have solved all my problems. At the end of the year, we see a transaction, we all approve it when it went in, it's done. And the last one is security. Only authorized entities can go inside this blockchain or this ecosystem. Those characteristics or attributes are unique to this database. That is why it's different than all the databases, and that's why we're using it so much. However, just for you to know, blockchain started a long time ago, 1991. That's when it started, many years ago. Because there's two chaps there, Scornetta, and what's the other guy's name? Whatever it is. Haber, yeah. They were trying to take timepieces and stamp them on time. They want to make sure that when a document went from time 1 to time 2, it was the right document. That's what they were trying to do. And they invented blockchain many, many years ago. We studied it at engineering school, and all engineering schools have gone through that, except that it became famous for different reasons. Why is it there is so much hype in the world vis-a-vis blockchain technology? I think that if you take one slide home, just one is this one. That is actually the pyramid of population in the world. We are about 8 billion people right now, 2023. Over 60% of the population is below 40 years old in the world. What does that mean? It means that people that are that age have only lived with blockchain technology and the internet. They know nothing else. I have a daughter who's 16 years old who asked me the other day, Daddy, why do you go to the bank? I said, I go to the bank because I like to talk to people in the bank. I said, you don't need to do any of that. And she said to me, you realize that banks are only going to be a screen in a few years. That's the view of young people. I was in Angola 3 weeks ago advising the government on the transformation of Angola as a digital country. The average population in Angola is 15 years old. You realize that? 15. That means they only understand this. They understand nothing else. And these are the new customers in the world. That's why it's so important. Another reason why we've gone so fast into this technology is because the acceleration of computer power. It's not easy to read that graph there, but I just would like you to focus on point 3. You see the red 3 there? It says, in time, 2020 to 45, we're coming to a singularity. For the ones that you don't know what a singularity is, the Big Bang is a singularity, all right? Big Bang is a singularity because we cannot explain it. We're trying to explain that, but in reality we can't. The singularity here on 3 is when computers in just a few years start thinking better than us. Now, that is what's pushing this technology. The computers are really going to be doing all the job. And that is why we have moved from Web 1 to Web 3. Web 3, which is where we are today, is blockchain technology. We're using this technology to do pretty much everything right now, and you will see in a few seconds what it is. So that's the technology. That's all we can say about it. You don't need to worry about more than that. We also have a phone. We have no idea what's inside our phone, but we use it. Same thing with blockchain technology. You don't need to know what's inside. We're all going to be using it. About the business of blockchain, well, this is Deloitte explaining that a few years ago, it's 2019. But basically what they're saying there is that this technology improves transactions. But they're not only talking about financial transactions. Any transaction in the world, Peter, you're a lawyer. Every time you do a legal process, that is a transaction. That is what they're talking about. All transactions that change data from point A to point B, financial or other, are transactions. And this is blockchain technology. We're working on transactions. Now, where is this applied today? That's a graph. 30% is in banking and finance, 13 in governments, 12 insurance, etc. Why banking and finance? It's because in 2008, you all know that Satoshi Nakamoto invented the Bitcoin, etc. We don't need to get into that. You're all experts in that. But what happened is that financial institutions understood that this was interesting for them because of the transactions. And they all started going in. It is not surprised that just a few days ago, BlackRock, the biggest fund manager in the world, went all the way into blockchain technologies. Or that this last summer, BNP Paribas, the biggest bank in Europe, went all the way into blockchain technology. They're all going in right now in there. Governments are using it as well for various reasons, insurance, healthcare, etc. So it is actually expanding into all transactional business in this world. That's where we're going to. Just very quickly, a few applications. This is on banking and finance. We're using it for digital currencies, trade finance, KYC, a lot of work of blockchain in KYC, and international money transfers. Just a couple of pieces of data there. There are today over 20,000 cryptocurrencies. By the way, not all of them good, most of them bad, all right? But if you take the first 100, you're in solid ground with real projects. The value of this part of the economy is about $1 trillion right now. $1 trillion, for your information, represents 1% of the global assets value. If you take all the value in the world, you come to about $100 trillion. This is already $1 trillion, which is 1%. So very heavy in finance, banking and finance. In insurance, we're using it from everywhere, from KYC to reinsurance practices, claims handling, because we can make them automatic via this blockchain technology. I just want to give you an example here. Oscar is the third largest for-profit national insurer in the US. Oscar is completely blockchain-based. They have over 500,000 customers in 18 states. It's an example of how we're using blockchain in this area, in insurance. Digital health. You probably have heard about this, but basically, we are using now blockchain technology in pretty much every transactional area of blockchain. Medical stuff, credentials, smart contracts, supply chain transparency. I think what's important here to know is that, has anybody being operated here in your life? Doctors forget instruments inside people. You know that. And it's very, very bad. The reason why they do that is because there's no good control of the instruments in an operating room. Right now, with blockchain technology, we know exactly what's going on and nobody can forget anything inside someone. That's been a problem. But this company, Block Pharma, is using, actually, in this area, blockchain technology to trace low-quality drugs. One of the biggest problems we have in this world is that people are selling drugs that are not very good, and they're creating very big issues. So Block Pharma is using it for that area. This is one I think is the most interesting, is this blockchain in the food industry, smart contracts for trading partners, improving product data security, and food supply chain intermediation. This is Walmart. You all know Walmart. You've been to the US, all right? Walmart is using blockchain to trace food. And they went on tracing the origin of mangoes from 7 days to 2.2 seconds. That is what blockchain is doing for them. All right. So my friend is telling me that I'm about done with timing. So very quickly, 2023, a few trends. The way forward, I think that the two things you should be looking at is NFTs and metaverse. You will hear a lot about that during the day today, so I'm not going to expand into it, but just a couple of numbers. McKinsey has said that the metaverse will generate $5 trillion of value in 2030. $5 trillion is 5% of the global economy. It's huge. And then on the NFTs, we have predictions for about $231 billion of growth into 2030. So these two areas, look at them very, very, very carefully because they're going to grow a lot and investment possibilities are going to come a lot. A few words about today's summit and finish. What is that we're going to see today? First of all, the idea is to transfer you knowledge. You have people in this room that are going to give you very interesting discussions on that. We have the companies that are going to be presented to you. They're all looking for funds or strategic partners or awareness. Then, obviously, meet the blockchain experts in this room, talk to them, you will learn a lot. And the last one, which is very important, you're going to be here sitting among people that are like-minded like you. That's what we're going to do today. Thank you very much. So our next speaker is actually my partner, it's Bilal. Bilal is the CEO of Carter Capital, and he will tell you how we manage a crypto assets portfolio, something we all want to know about it because we want to get into it. Bilal, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for joining us today. Just as another quick introduction into what we can expect today, there are and there will be joining us through the day, blockchain-powered Swiss banks, blockchain specialist Swiss law firms, family offices with a long history of innovation. There's VCs focusing on bringing companies from Web 2 to Web 3. And of course, we have several very, very interesting Swiss and Emirati-linked companies today, celebrating the next 50 years of collaboration between the two countries. And of course, the next 50 years will be led by blockchain and youth. This short presentation is going to be about Carter Capital, the company that I run together with Gustavo. As you know, it is a crypto asset management company. We invest in listed crypto assets, large cap crypto assets that we've all heard about. The company comprises a team of 5 investment bankers, including myself and Gustavo. A short summary of our backgrounds is on the screen. I myself began my career in London. I was at a US investment bank as an emerging markets distressed credit trader. Gustavo has a long and storied banking career in Switzerland, including positions at Standard Chartered and other private banks. What we see on the screen is a summary of the crypto market as of yesterday. And we have on the screen the top 10 largest cryptocurrencies by market capitalization, which is the third column on the screen there. Now, some of these are very well known. We don't need to talk too much about the first one. We've all heard of this. And there are some other interesting assets there as well. For example, number 3 and number 5 are known as stablecoins. They should always retain their price at $1, which enables us, as those that are active in the crypto markets, to retain value in a stable currency, i.e. the US dollar. And to look at what's been happening so far this year, we have seen a general increase in valuations across the board, from around 35% for the largest asset, and some even larger increases than that, for example, 49% for the 9th largest asset. This is generally in keeping with the improving macroeconomic conditions globally. We are seeing the rate of increase of interest rates starting to stabilize and go down. There's something on the screen, guys. Thank you. The rate of increase of interest rates is starting to stabilize and slow down, and this is providing more comfort to investors across all general risk assets, and crypto would be considered a risk asset. So Carter Capital is monitoring these assets very, very closely, as well as a selective basket of other assets, which we follow very closely. We aim to provide very, very low-risk returns to our investors. We do not aim to take highly speculative and highly risky positions in crypto markets. We aim to take low-risk positions and return around 50 to 100% to our investors each year. Obviously, so far this year, it's been a very strong start. The last 30 days has seen somewhat of a pullback, and this is, in general, the context of the market. There is still some general uncertainty as to which direction markets will go. Have the next slide, please.
Can you not click it from there?
No.
It's not clicking.
So one point I'll make about some of the numbers, the percentages you see on the screen, both upwards and downwards, they are, thank you, that should work now, they are a lot larger than one would expect. When we talk about traditional assets like stocks, 35%, 31% increase so far this year is huge. We very, very rarely see that across indices like the S&P 500, the NASDAQ, or European indices. That is because crypto assets are generally more volatile, volatile to the upside and volatile to the downside. As asset managers, we are very mindful of this. We use our previous training and experiences within traditional financial environments at our respective banks to very closely monitor these movements and ensure that our investors are on the right side of these movements. The general sentiment in the market at the moment, apologies for the slight distortion, is that there is general uncertainty because of the events that have happened in the last 2 quarters. We're all aware of some of the large negative events that have occurred in the last few quarters, and this general feeling of uncertainty remains. However, focusing on the bottom section of the screen, perhaps we can use the screens on the side, you can see them more clearly. The most important question that we are all asking ourselves as asset managers, VCs, private equity investors, is what is happening with global monetary conditions. The US Federal Reserve and other leading central banks are very, very focused on fighting inflation. Inflation caused by the excess money printing in the aftermath of COVID. As this interest rate is going up, the risk-free rate, the so-called risk-free rate, is also going up. Hence, it becomes more attractive and money is flowing into these assets and away from risk assets, which you could classify crypto as, also stocks, and also certain other investments. Also VC, by the way. Venture capital investments are very high on that frame. We are starting to see a bit of flip-flopping from central banks as to which direction interest rates will go. But generally, it's my thesis, and something shared by Gustavo as well. And by the way, if you want any prediction on economic outcomes, he's got scarily accurate views on how things will go. And he's proven that several times in the past. We believe that looking in the medium to long term, the next 12 months to 18 months, do we believe interest rates will be lower than they are now? Yes. Do we believe that economic conditions will be more stable than they are now? Yes. Hence, we are starting to take positions in certain assets for our investors. This is a very interesting table, something that I touched upon earlier. So some of the asset classes on the left are some of the largest equity indexes in the world, the largest equity indexes in the world, and gold, an asset class that is often compared to Bitcoin, and one that I would claim that Bitcoin has very close resemblances to. So far this year, as we saw earlier, there has been a general increase in valuations across the board, led by Bitcoin, also by Ethereum, and also through other leading indices in the US, the S&P 500, the 500 largest companies in the US, NASDAQ, which is a tech index, and the MSCI World Index, which is a composition of the leading indices in the world, including Europe and Japan. By the way, 6, 2, and 5 are quite large movements, considering that we're in March already. This, of course, comes off the back of a very negative year across the board. If we look, for example, the NASDAQ in particular suffered a very steep contraction last year, pretty much half that of some of the leading cryptos. So if we look at the fact that the 2 leading cryptos decreased by around double that of the NASDAQ, they have gone up 5 to 6-fold compared to the NASDAQ this year. So this really emphasizes what I touched upon earlier. There is extreme levels of volatility in crypto assets. By the way, these are the 2 largest and nominally the 2 most stable. Can go into a whole list of cryptos which go up and down much more than this. That means, as asset managers, we must keep our finger very close to the pulse and try to navigate these very choppy waters to the betterment of our investors, which we are doing. the volatility calculation is shown there for any mathematicians in the room. This is one of the technical aspects that we look at as financial markets practitioners. And secondly, as written there, we focus very, very much on the global macro. I keep talking about interest rates and liquidity. This is what we focus on at Carter Capital. We tend not to get involved with, someone has tweeted this or the latest technological innovation on a particular blockchain has come out. We focus on what we have done and we know very well: global macro and liquidity. Just to share with you something interesting on the screen, one indicator that we look at is something called a 200-week moving average. The solid line on the screen is charting the 200-week moving average of the price of Bitcoin since inception. And it's plotted on a logarithmic scale. That's why the scale on the left looks a bit funny. It's not exactly equal. When you look at large price movements over a long period of time, use a logarithmic scale just to make it easier to understand. As indicated by the arrows, there have been few moments in history where the price of Bitcoin has gone below the 200-week moving average. We've seen something in 2015 and also something in early 2020, the COVID crash, and we recently experienced that in the last few months. What we have seen is that generally, the price of Bitcoin remains above the 200-week moving average, and at any moment where it dips below that has generally been a historically very favorable buying opportunity. So again, this is playing into our ongoing thesis. Again, something on a logarithmic scale, we can see that if you chart these bands on the screen, these are logarithmic regression channels, again, a mathematical context, which I won't go into detail on. The price of Bitcoin, which is reflective of the entire industry, has remained within these channels very closely. You might think that the rainbow was drawn after the price. No, it's actually in reverse. The rainbow is the logarithmic channels, and the price of Bitcoin has remained historically within these channels. When we have in the past touched the bottommost channel, it has represented, again, a very opportune moment to begin investing. And we see some pricing predictions there for 2024. In conclusion, guys, just to give you, an insight into how Carter Capital thinks and the way we approach our investment theses, we do look at the more traditional indicators to which we make our investment decisions. And as highlighted there at the bottom, we are involved in a very, very innovative space. The assets, platforms, and companies we back and invest in are some of the most innovative in the world, and we have some of them in the room here today. Human progress and technology has brought us many amazing things: travel, internet, and the next frontier, including artificial intelligence and so on. We believe in human ingenuity, and we invest in human ingenuity, and we have many, many great companies here in the room that are presenting just exactly the same thing. And please, feel free to contact us. Today, Gustavo and I are going to be here, and if you have any other questions, happy to hear from anyone at all.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Bilal, for passing us through technical data. It's never easy to explain technical data, particularly because there's a lot of data. So I will translate it to you in very simple Gustavo's terms. Carter Capital has done, on average, 100% return for our investments since 2016 per year. Last year, it went very bad, and we did 32%, which is okay for a bad year in the crypto markets. We strongly believe that this year we will reach the 100% return on investment for clients again. That translates those slides. That's what we're going into. So thank you, Bilal, because as I said, it's not easy to explain technicals. All right, so now we're going to have our first company presenting. Is FX Technology. Adrian Lee Mo Ching, if I pronounce it right, sorry. He's British, he's the director of the company, and the company is involved in IoT and other very interesting things. And he's going to give you some very good news about what they're going to do in the UAE. That's why he's here. Thank you very much, Adrian. Sorry, that's a clicker.
Look at that. Good morning, everybody. So first of all, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. It is an honor to be here. We are a 4-year-old smartphone company based out of London, UK. My partner Chen is at the back. Guys, what's going on here? Was that me?
Is it working?
It's gone to many slides. All right.
No.
That's not me. What's going on? Guys, is that you or is that me? All right. Okay, thank you. Okay, where was I? Myself and my partner Chen at the back there, we started the business 4 years ago. We do several things, but I'm here to talk about Web3, smartphones, and manufacturing. Just as a starting point, my background is engineering and telecoms. I had a long career in telecommunications and management consulting with Accenture. But like Gustavo, I started a PhD. I got to 2 years and thought, this is not for me, and I never looked back. My girlfriend at the time said to me, get a real job, I want a house, I want a car, and I listened to her, and we're still married. Okay, so the problem with Web3 today, from a user perspective, if any of us ever use anything to do with Web3 and blockchain, it's mostly financial, and actually, it's not very easy, right? When we talk about cryptocurrency, getting your Binance, getting your MetaMask wallets, these things we can do. When you go into things like NFTs, gaming, DeFi, I probably lost half of you already, right? It's what we in the industry call, a frictioned experience. It's not very user-friendly. So how do we change that, right? How do we remove the complexity, remove the lack of real-world applications in terms of giving everybody a good Web3 experience? So from our perspective, the focus is on the mobile experience. If we look at the slide earlier from when Gustavo mentioned Web 2 to Web 3, right? Web 2 became big through Facebook, Instagram, Snapchat because of the mobile. It was when Facebook and all those apps went onto the mobile, you had cameras and everyone became a creator. The mobile drove Web 2. We believe the same thing's going to happen in Web 3, and our focus is how do we create that Web 3 experience that it's easy for everyone to use. We're working on a scenario where in the future, just like today, where here in Dubai, you get to use your Uber or Careem app with Apple Pay and Google Pay. You get to use your Web3 app with your crypto wallet on your phone. And actually, in the background, you don't know what's on your phone, right? You don't know, whether it's blockchain or Web3, Web2, whatever it is. That's the point that we're working to get towards. And for us, it's about creating very interesting, very novel hardware along with the open mobile platform that integrates deep into the hardware layers on the phone, that gives you security, that gives you privacy, and it gives you an open platform in terms of applications. So the smartphones are our starting point. We're already seeing some of this happening at the moment in terms of Web3 and consumer devices. If any of you follow crypto, Solana is it's around number 10, so it was just off of Bilal's list. They are an 8 billion market cap cryptocurrency, and they announced last year they're going to build their own mobile platform and launch an ecosystem along with a $1,000 Web3 handset. In the US, there's a decentralized wireless initiative called Helium. This is about building and scaling Web3 and telecoms infrastructure using blockchain. In the last 2 years, they achieved 1 million devices deployed globally, using blockchain, using Web3, and creating the world's first global wireless IoT network. This year, they're launching what they're calling a crypto carrier, so a cell or mobile service in the US. We've also seen Vertu, if anyone remembers Vertu from back in the day, the very, very nice premium handsets. They've come back and they're launching a Web3 smartphone. They start around 3,000-4,000, go all the way up to kind of Vertu prices of 40,000. So there's lots happening within the Web3 consumer space. For us, this is a huge opportunity, right? At the moment, there's maybe 100 million users in crypto and Web3, but the smartphone market has 6.8 billion devices, right, globally, 6.8 billion devices. If we get less than 1%, help to get less than 1% of users to do a great Web3 experience on a smartphone, it's still a very significant number. A little bit about us as a business, as a company. So we're FX Technology. We have a number of brands underneath us. We started off 4 years ago building our own smartphones. I have one here. It is a hardware keyboard phone that we launched in 2018. Later on, please come and have a look. Please come and see me. We moved into doing Web3 products 2 years ago, and we worked with the Helium network, and we shipped 40,000 of these all around the world. And we're building, further products around Helium, around 5G, etc. So, what are we doing this year? I skirted on the edges. We are building, in partnership with some of these Layer 1 blockchains, one of the world's first Web3 smartphones for both Solana and for Helium. This is not public information yet. We've not done our press releases. We've not launched it to anyone. So likely when we share the information later, we might not have this on the slides. What's the difference here? The difference is, as a smartphone, it will give superior coverage for this Helium wireless network in the US. And as a Web3 phone with Solana, with the blockchain, your crypto assets are secure on the hardware. So the analogy for us is, like now when you have your credit card information stored securely on your smartphone, your crypto wallet will have the same level of security on your device as well. In the same place. It's called the trust zone on the chipset. It's exactly the same place, but you won't know the difference. Right? From a user perspective, you won't know the difference, which is what we're trying to achieve. Simplicity and simplification. The other aspect which is really important in Web3 is privacy. We want users to have the ability to control what information they share. We hear a lot going on at the moment. Recently, just this week in the news, the US is talking about banning TikTok because it's owned by ByteDance, with the Chinese company, and information, no one knows where it goes. Users need to have the ability to control this information and decide where that goes. We have partnerships all across the ecosystem. So if I look at a few across here, on the right side, we've got partnerships with Deutsche Telekom and their infrastructure companies. We've deployed some of our infrastructure devices across their networks. We have partnerships with some of the big Layer 1 blockchains, so Solana and Helium here. And from a manufacturing perspective, so I haven't talked much about manufacturing yet. I talk about manufacturing a smartphone like it's easy. If someone comes to me now and says, I want to manufacture a smartphone, I'll tell them they're crazy, because it is not a simple thing to do. But we're very fortunate we have the ability and we have the partnerships with our partners in Shenzhen in China to do so. So we cover quite a lot of the ecosystem in doing so. We're also in talks with other Layer 1 blockchains about integrating their blockchain into a future Web3 device, because we want to have and open up the ecosystem to other people as well. So in terms of competitive landscape, we believe that our device, the FX Tech phone that we're coming out with this year, will provide much better experience for Web3 and for Web3 use cases than anything on the market at the moment, whether it's existing iOS, Android devices, and whether it's other things that are coming to market that's there at the moment. The big smartphone brands, Apple, Samsung, they're not looking at Web3. They're too stuck in the Web2 ways because this is their core market. They don't believe in blockchain at the moment. They're kind of skirting around the edges. We want to be early adopters, and we want to move very heavily into this space along with the community and along with the blockchain industry. As a company, Bilal mentioned very rightly there about the volatility about cryptocurrencies and blockchain. As a business, we have several verticals of what we do. We started off within smartphones, and that's our FX Tech brand. We moved into blockchain and Web3, which is our Linkstock brand. We also have a roadmap for accessories and some very exciting things there that, again, we're working with a very big brand that we can't talk about here. Happy to share later with somebody in private. We have IoT work going on, and the final pillar is manufacturing, and I'll talk about that in a minute. As a business, hardware is hard, but we like it. You get paid 80% of our business model is 80% of revenue upfront. It is a good business to be in. It's as long as you manage your cash flow, which we're experienced in doing, it's a great business. But along with that, because you have software, you have Web3 applications, we also have a recurring revenue model, and so we like the business that we're in. It's with the various pillars that move away from not just relying on blockchain and crypto. There's also a very diverse revenue stream there. So what's our advantage? Why us and nobody else? Well, first of all, we've got experience creating devices. We make things that people really want to use and that people really believe in. Our passion for our first device, the Pro One you see up there, was our love of keyboards, our love of productivity. There is a huge market out there that still want these devices because that's the way they like to interact with their phones. We work with the right people in the ecosystem, everyone from manufacturing through to infrastructure, telecoms, all the way to all the blockchain companies. And like I mentioned earlier, manufacturing. So along with our partners, we want to start a manufacturing facility here in the UAE. We love the country, and it's something on our roadmap. Okay, let me talk a bit about this. Why manufacturing? Why UAE? The timing is perfect. There's a very big shift at the moment geopolitically to move away from relying on manufacturing purely in the Far East. We love the country of the UAE. We think that there's a huge amount of potential here. And location-wise, with the trade agreements and its location, geographically, it's the right place for us. So, we have a vision, and the vision is creating smartphones and other devices that are made in UAE. In terms of our roadmap, we're starting off with smartphones, but we're moving into other devices also, whether it's tablets, point-of-sale devices, gaming devices, and OEMs for other brands. So, we recognize that it's not easy just to provide smartphones, but we're looking into the longer roadmap as well. We want to be the first in the GCC to create a capability of manufacturing within this region. There is other ones already in Vietnam, in India, but we want to be the first within the GCC. In terms of our team, this is our team. These are the core management people involved. Across the team, there is over 75 years of experience within technology, telecoms, manufacturing. We've all done this for a very long time. None of us fit in the youth profile anymore, unfortunately. Okay, so from a business growth perspective, we are here to speak to investors and growth partners. Our funding requirements in total are 125 million. We're looking for 25 million between now and May, and that's to keep scaling our products. That's for mass production, and just to keep getting our products out to market. And then the 100 million is for manufacturing. There's more detail here about how the manufacturing and the plan breaks down. We've got a long 5-year roadmap, and we've spent a lot of time developing the plans. Happy to speak to anybody afterwards about this in more detail. In terms of numbers, right, what do our numbers look like in terms of scaling? So just for Web3 smartphones, we're very confident that we can achieve within this year, a couple of 100,000 in sales. This is very small as a smartphone brand. And within 4 or 5 years, almost 2 million units, right? And again, as a smartphone brand, very small, but big numbers from our perspective. When we include manufacturing, gaming devices, other things, we're then looking at close to 4 million units by end of 2028. So, we have big ambitions. As a business, like I said, we're based in London. We have a development team in Taiwan. We're setting up in the UAE at the moment, but our market is global. And as a global market, of 6.8 billion devices, looking for 4 million is still a drop in the ocean, and we can probably do more. This is our forecast, like I've mentioned. I'm here for the rest of the day, so it's been a very brief run through of what we do, but thank you for your time, and please come and find me for questions.
That was perfect. Yeah. Adrian, thank you very much. I think that the idea of putting a factory in the UAE for these devices is fantastic. This is what this country wants. So have a word with Adrian for the investors and strategic partners. I'm sure that you'll have a very interesting conversation with him. He's here for the rest of the day. Now we have another bit of information, education, on something we all want to know about, the non-fungible tokens environment. Jorge Sebastião, first of all, is a very close friend. We both speak Portuguese together. And is perhaps one of the most important people in the UAE in the blockchain environment. He's been here from the beginning. He's done many, many projects, run his own events called EcoX. And you will have pleasure listening to him. He's going to talk to us about basically the business of non-fungible tokens. Jorge, the floor is yours. There is a mic there, right here. You want a portable? Yeah. Let's see if we can get there. Well, you can start. You have a portable mic?
Okay, and good afternoon.
It's not working. Is it working?
Testing 1, 2, 3. Okay, my name is George Sebastião. We're going to be spending probably the next, 10, 15 minutes together. And during this time, I just want to give you a little bit of an appreciation of something we came to know as NFTs, or non-fungible tokens. Non-fungible tokens is just, you can say, a specialized or vertical use case of the technology of blockchain. The technology of blockchain has been with us for, let's say, about 14 years, give or take. And during this time, the most important thing, like with any technology, is about what you make use of it. And definitely NFT is one of these interesting use cases of this technology. And I'm going to try to give you an appreciation of what NFT is in the short time that we will spend together. Primarily, when we talk about this new generation of technologies, and when I talk about technologies, could be artificial intelligence, could be cloud computing, mobile, and obviously, definitely blockchain. All these technologies, when they got introduced, the primary objective and why they got visibility in the market and why people invest them, why companies use them for the use cases, is because they cause disruption. Cause disruption really means the same way the steam engine caused disruption in the manufacturing industry, blockchain caused disruption in the trust element of performing business transactions across borders. Now, previously, you could do some of that, but to some levels of limitation. In traditional Web 2.0 that we most of use today, anytime you want to do a financial transaction, you go to a website and you want that website to be trusted, that's when it becomes HTTPS. That means there is a centralized authority that validates that that is really the website you're going to. Maybe it's your bank, maybe it's the Amazon or any others. In blockchain, that gets removed. That means two people or two organizations or two individuals can actually perform trusted transactions without any middlemen. Well, not quite 100% sure, but you can say that the middleman now is the blockchain. So it's a decentralized middleman that you actually don't see anywhere. So when we talk about blockchain as a technology, it's really about moving much faster, so allowing our businesses to accelerate the way they perform e-commerce or other activities. So NFT is one of these use cases, and I'll try to refer to a few of them where it has, you can say, applicability. Now, it's important to understand that there's something called fungible tokens and non-fungible tokens. So I'll try to differentiate the two in very simple English. Fungible tokens means when two tokens are fungible, they're all the same and they're interchangeable. So when you get one Bitcoin or another Bitcoin, it doesn't really matter. They both have the same value, and it doesn't really matter whether you got one or the other. One is not more valuable than the other. When we talk about fungible tokens, each one is almost like a serial number, the same way you have a serial number of a Rolex Swiss watch. So each one is unique. Each one has its own unique value. Now, in NFTs, not everything is necessarily valuable in terms of money, because an NFT can actually be used to identify that this is your real university degree. So it does not really necessarily mean it's something you can sell or you can buy, but it's like a serial number that can identify valuable item, university degree, or any other piece of equipment, or in some cases, some art. So NFTs as a technology combines many elements. Of course, it's a use case of blockchain. It uses the technology of smart contracts, so it has some levels of programmability. And why is this important? Because it changes the way we do business. So if you are somebody which creates content, that means you write a book, you do a painting, etc., or you create a YouTube video, you now can establish a direct relationship with your fans or the people that actually consume the content that you create. And that really means that you, as the creator of that content, can get directly rewarded or paid by the content that you create from the people that actually consume them without any middlemen. That's a very big revolution change, because today, when you do that, for example, via YouTube, there is a middleman. That's a company called Google. They decide how much you get. They decide when you get it. They decide the terms. When it's you, you decide, because you're the one that actually created that content and created that rules. Other things beyond that, it's protected by mathematics, like was highlighted by Gustavo. It also allows you to do identity management and many other things. And it is safe, well, to some level. Not everything is always 100% safe, and I'll try to highlight it as we talk about it. So what can NFTs be used for? They can be used to identify things like university degrees. They can be used to identify things like airplane parts. As you know, there's a big industry of fake airplane parts. Would you like to navigate in an airplane with a fake airplane part, navigating 30,000 meters or 30,000 feet? Probably not above the ocean. So NFTs actually have a very good use case, and many of them. I'll give you another example. Provenance of food. If you have, for example, coffee, does it actually come from Colombia or it comes from another location? Is it produced using ethical means and so on? So NFTs has a multitude of use cases. Now, how do we go about, for example, buying NFTs? Well, today NFTs are bought through a multitude of approaches. One of them could be through e-commerce websites. One of them, as I'll refer to, is called OpenSea, which is probably today the largest one. But that one is only focused on art. But not every NFT actually needs to be bought per se, because the NFT that identifies your university degree can actually be offered as a free NFT. Are NFTs valuable? Well, it depends. If it identifies your university degree, then it's valuable to you because it creates your own credentials. Maybe you're a doctor, so it says that that is a real doctor. As you know, in the region, sometimes there's a lot of fake degrees. So you want to make sure that this is the real person performing that. And there's actually a big difference, you can say, between NFTs and crypto, in the sense that NFTs can be digital and digital art or digital related items, but they can also identify real physical items. Could be art, but it could also be things like real estate. So there's some cases of that. So NFTs really create unique value. In the audience, we have Dr. Marwan. I don't know if he's still there or he's just outside.
He's here.
He has got a big collection of cars. Maybe he'll talk about it later. So he takes one of his cars, so something like a Tesla. A Tesla today costs, let's say, about $100,000. He skins it with a very famous artist, and all of a sudden, this $100,000 car is worth $400,000. So you can say that NFTs, depending on how the market perceives, can actually create unique value very different than it was before. The first NFT that ever actually got created was something called CryptoKitties. It was created almost 5 years ago in the Ethereum blockchain, and it was kind of a virtual toy that could have a DNA, and from two toys you could create different ones. It actually became so successful that it ended up crashing the Ethereum blockchain, meaning so many people tried to use it that the Ethereum blockchain was not capable to perform all the transactions. So that means it did not have the scalability to actually run this as a use case. So that is actually one of the challenges sometimes with new technologies. They come around, but they're not ready for the performance that people expect from them. Then people forget about NFTs for about 2 or 3 years, and over the last 2 years or so, NFTs have become much more a level of attention, and I'll try to highlight some of them. One of them is this one. There's a famous artist that took 5,000 pictures as things moved across time, and then a gentleman in India ended up buying this NFT, which is a collage of many pictures, for $69 million. So this catch people's attention. Why would somebody pay such a huge amount of money for a digital collage of painting? Now, most people didn't get it. They say, this guy does not understand. He's wasting his money. The thing they did not get it was that the guy that actually bought this already had the use case how to monetize it. And his use case how to monetize it was to use this collage in the metaverse. So his idea was to use this collage through millions of users to actually pay him very small transactions to observe this content. So when he used or paid for this item, he already had his own way how to monetize it himself. Other ones became very popular. So if everybody was here in the last few days, and we are now having what's called the boat show in Dubai, and it's very popular. One of the things that got created was called the Bored Apes Club, or the Bored Apes Yacht Club. It's really a club of people that got together and say, okay, let's create a community, and this community is centered around some cartoons that are created partially by artificial intelligence and modified, and they have various variations. To give you an idea, the entire set of Bored Apes raised $1.41 billion. Now, it does not mean that it's worth necessarily this amount today, but it gives you an idea of the kind of investment that people have made on this. Now, what does Bored Apes really do? Well, first, it's kind of like a modern Rolex, so people can flash it around. See, yeah, this is my Rolex. So they use this as a status symbol. But it was much more than that. It was about creating events, creating community. So, like, for example, if you own one of these, you get to go to one of the parties they organize. Very similar to the way that you attended here today. You wanted to come to the Carter Capitol? You must have maybe one of these, otherwise you don't make it through the door. It's just a selection mechanism. Now, in the short time that I've here, I can only give you a small appreciation of the kind of things that you can do with NFTs. But in reality, the kind of use cases we can do is almost endless. But what is important in the usage of use cases is 2 or 3 things. One is it's a trusted technology. Number 2, it allows a direct relationship between the people that create content and the people that consume content, and that there's many cases that are coming in a very heavy way. Digital art is one of them. Fashion. So as you know, maybe you have Gucci bag or some other popular bag. If you have now a serial number that identifies this is the real one and not a fake one, for example, made in some part of the world or another manufacturing plant, it creates value for the owner of this content. could be able to identify valid degrees or certificates, collectible. As you know, in the sports community, there's very big relationships. So whether you play football, you play cricket, maybe you're a Formula One fan, now you have a direct relationship between the football player and its community. So this allows a very high level of monetization and so on. And in the world of the Web3 and what we call the metaverse, it will allow us to do the same thing. So for example, if I'm a gamer and I earn something in a game, maybe a sword or maybe some special item, I'll be able to take this item and take it from one game to another game. So it allows these assets to be portable. Things need to be listed. People need to understand the value of these assets. So there is actually marketplaces where you can see. This is an example of Binance, where you see a listing of some of these NFTs. You need to have a place where you go buy and sell them. And this is actually a challenge, because today, when you go to the average user and you say, oh, I want to use NFTs, they actually look at it as a very complicated step. I want to create an NFT, very difficult. If we have time, I'll try to do just one quick example. But there's a marketplace called OpenSea, actually very boring marketplace, because it's a bit like Amazon. They could have done a lot more exciting, GUI user interface, but today is the largest one where you can buy and sell NFTs. Like every other valuable asset, you need to be able to protect it. Now, if you have one Bitcoin, maybe it's worth today $20,000. But if you have an NFT, maybe this NFT is worth $1 million. So if you have something worth of $1 million, you want to protect this the most secure way. So one of the best ways to do it today is using what we call a cold wallet. That means something that is not connected to the internet, so people are not able to steal it from either your mobile phone or your digital desktop or computer. The best is yet to come for NFTs, is how you use them in other use cases. So we're creating virtual worlds, we're combining NFTs with real world assets, we're combining NFTs with artificial intelligence and payment systems as well. This is the birth of what we call Web 3.0. Are we there yet? Probably not. I would say that we're somewhere between Web 2 and Web 3.0. So the important thing today is what I sometimes call the Web 2.5, which means is how we take the people from things like WhatsApp, Facebook, to the new worlds of Web 3, which will be much more decentralized. This road to Web 3 will probably take somewhere from 1 year to 5 years. So be patient, learn, practice, and get adapted to the new technology. So NFTs is actually here to help us create the biggest disruption ahead. So let me try to, if we have 2 minutes, give one example. One minute. You guys want to see something, you know? Talking is very boring at the end of the day. So let me try to do that. Can we go to a browser if it's possible? Let's see if this works or not. We might be able to do it. If you go to the PC, open any browser, like Google or Chrome or something, and if you show it up on the screen. Okay, type web.whatsapp, web.whatsapp.com. Yeah, that's good enough. Press enter. This is a little bit off the cuff. I like to improvise things as we go along. Let me see if we can do this. Let's say settings. Scan link device. Link a device. We scan this.
The problem is talking to a genius person. Always that way.
Let's see what's going to happen here. Well, now you're going to see all my WhatsApp messages, but don't worry. Nothing too confidential there. Maybe not. Any ministries of interior in the audience? Let me see. It says logging in, so let's see if this works. Okay, so it says it linked. So Google, Windows, so we're making progress. So we go here, go. It will take maybe a few seconds to synchronize. I guess it depends on how fast it is. So let me try this. While it synchronizes, let's do like this. You know, remember that famous thing they did in the Oscars the first time it changed the world, right? We went like this. You took a picture. Everybody smiled. Okay, everybody smile there. Okay. Well, let's see if this works. Okay, we're making progress. So now type there. Okay, let me see here. We're almost there. Okay, you see there's something called DVGo, and I typed wallet. Let me see if it goes. Okay, it's right there. So and I say, let's say something called mint. Let's see if it works. See here, that one there. The first thing, and then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take the photo that I just took from you, and I'm going to upload this photo. Yeah, can you just click on that DVGo? Yeah, that's it, so people see what's going on. There it is. Well, magic. We have to give it a name. I don't know. What are we going to call this?
Summit.
Swiss Youth Blockchain Summit. Okay, boom. Let's see, what does it say? Go description. I put the same thing. I just, okay, let's say copy. Boom, boom. We'll mint your new Swiss or within the description, blah, blah, blah. Please reply yes, so I say yes. The thing I'm trying to highlight is several things for you. One, everybody here has used ChatGPT lately? Or tried, see how easy it is to use ChatGPT? Now I can use NFTs in blockchain, and I don't have to learn any commands. I just know how to talk to some WhatsApp messaging system. So the point I'm really trying to highlight for you is that even, highlight again this DVGo, you click on it, the red one, the second, that's it. So people see what's going on. Okay, perfect. So now we have our NFTs kind of minted. So I click on it. So click on the last link there, the highlighted blue one. Yeah, that's it. Let's see what's happened. Oh, where did it go? It's still ongoing. So go back to the WhatsApp again. Try back. Why didn't? Okay, let me try again on my. Should say. Maybe it's taking a few seconds. Anyway, I don't want to delay your thing. What I do is I promise to you that we will post the photo here. It is actually going to be on OpenSea. So I'll, in less than 30 seconds, so you actually get to see how easy it is for you to create your own content, minted. How much did this cost? Probably about 20 cents or 5 cents. It's being done on a specific blockchain that is not expensive for NFTs, very user-friendly, and it's accessible to each one of you. So I invite you, when you go back to your own offices, your own desks, your own friends, try it, experiment. You will like it. Thank you.
Thank you, Jorge. Thank you. All right. Well, it's always fascinating to see Jorge because he's really a technology guy. He knows what he's doing. Just two things about this industry. It's growing at excess of 30% per year. And it's going to be very soon in excess of $100 billion, the business of NFTs. Next company is called EVI Crypto Ratings. It is actually an Emirati European company doing something very interesting. I'll let Matthew Dixon to explain it to you. Thank you, Matthew. Clicker is fixed. Matthew, you go for 10 minutes.
Yeah, thank you, Gustavo. Thank you, Bilal. Thank you, everybody, for being here to hear what we have to say. It's a very exciting time in technology and innovation. And we at eBay Crypto Ratings are very, very proud to present to you our latest innovation. It's basically unbiased cryptocurrency ratings, but it's not just limited to cryptocurrency. The ratings technology that we've developed can actually be used on any liquid asset class. So it's very, very important in this time of uncertainty that we live in the world today. It's a time of advancement, but also a great time of uncertainty. So I actually started as a trader many years ago. I've traded through many market crashes, and the latest one, 2008, was, well, I believe, caused by a failure of the ratings agencies. So we saw Standard & Poor's, Moody's, Fitch, and we saw them rating assets as AAA rated, and that clearly wasn't the case, and this caused a misallocation of assets, the financial crash of 2008. So at the time, and partly through watching The Big Short, you may have seen that film, we decided to build something which was totally decentralized, unbiased, and using the very latest technology. So we built the world's first unbiased rating system, which uses Nobel Prize-winning research over many, many years and the very latest artificial intelligence technology. So it's a major opportunity for the world to have a level playing field for once, to have institutional-grade technology that can be accessed by anybody in the world. You don't need to have millions of pounds to be able to access this. It doesn't have to be just for big institutions. This enables everybody at every level to access powerful information to empower them to make better investment, trading decisions, as I say, on any asset class. So our vision is to, as I say, put this technology in the hands of everybody. I think that my experience lends very well. I did a master's degree late in life at Brighton University, and I met with some, well, one in particular, very eminent professor, Professor Andros Gregorio. He's advised many of the regulatory bodies in the UK. He's published over 130 peer-reviewed academic papers, and he's advised the Bank of England. He's a real specialist in risk and liquidity. So he was the ideal person to head up our research team. But we've got other amazing members of the team, and you'll see on the right there as well, among our advisors and actually a co-founder is Dr. Marwan. So there are a few things that you can say. One very important saying is about the right place at the right time, being in the right place at the right time. We believe we are now in the right place. We started out in the UK, we came over to the UAE, and we now believe we are in the right place because the environment here is so much more enabling. It's a real hotbed of innovation and technology. So we think we're in the right place, but in terms of the right time, we think now is the right time for our technology. So there is a need for unbiased ratings. So in terms of timing, this year is supposed to be the year of artificial intelligence, the year of AI. 2023 is the year of AI. So we believe 2023 is the year for EVE technology. So our methodology, as I said, it's based on Nobel Prize-winning research, over 50 or 60 years worth of Nobel Prize-winning research. And we've got a multi-factor system. So this is based on the work of Kahneman and many of the Nobel Prize winners, using a multi-factor system. And you can see some of the factors there. But we also use the very latest in artificial intelligence. So it's all very well gathering data. And these advances in technology that we have enable us to gather data from everywhere. And it's not just about technical analysis data. You know, we're talking about behavioral analysis. We're talking about sentiment data. All the things that affect values. And we're seeing that so much. We're seeing with what's happened with FTX and with Luna that behavioral and sentiment and changes in the marketplace need to be factored in. And this can't be done on a human basis. You know, if you've got a panel of human analysts, it takes a long time to actually evaluate. I know it was said, Gustavo said, there's over 20,000 cryptocurrency companies. How can you possibly evaluate all of that data in real time? And so artificial intelligence, the power of artificial intelligence now enables that. So we have, I wanted to just show you, this is just a brief look of the technology. So we have basically a market index, which gives you the true underlying value of assets. And we have a trading score, which is very, very simple as traffic lights, green and red. So basically green, we have +1, 2, 3, is effectively the strength of the buy signal or the strength of the future movement in the asset. and then we have the red as a potential negative signal, and 0 as no change. So it's something which is very complicated technology in terms of artificial intelligence, but it's very, very simply presented. So this is what people need to have the power of technology. And Gustavo again said, you don't need to know what's under the bonnet, but you need something that everybody can use very, very simply to empower their trading decisions. And how useful and how powerful is it? Well, we all know about the lunar crash earlier last year, that is. So our technology downgraded Luna by the maximum downgrade possible before the big fall in price there. Actually, we upgraded it before the big rise in price, so you could have had 240% on the upside with the asset. But we downgraded it by the maximum downgrade before the big fall in price. Same with FTX. Everyone thought this was a black swan event. I don't believe in black swan events. Well, obviously there are some black swan events, but I think to a large extent, what some people call black swan, if you look hard enough and if you can gather enough data, and that's what artificial intelligence is about, and that's what eBay is about, then you can identify these things in advance. So again, in the week before, we downgraded FTX, the FTT token, twice before the big fall in price. So that warning was there. So this is really powerful for everyday users, for everyday people in the crypto sphere. So again, Gustavo talked about 100 million users, and that's probably going to grow to, well, a massive number by 2030. So there is a big marketplace there, and there's a real need for this. But it's not just about identifying the big falls in the market. We want to obviously identify the big upside in the market. And eBay Technology has managed to do that very, very well, as you can see with some of the tokens there. So in terms of scientific validation, it's very important. You know, you could say we've cherry-picked some of those when we look at Luna, FTT, but in fact, we've had this scientifically tested. One of our researchers who was with Bank of America for 15 years has done some testing. And we talked again, Bilal talked about different asset classes. He actually mentioned the S&P and gold, and we've got those assets. We tested our ratings, one permutation of our ratings against these other asset classes. So if you look at the returns, over the period that was under review there, eBay returned 25.4%, and you can look at an equally weighted basket lost 42%. So we're trading cryptocurrency here. We chose one of the most difficult asset classes in the world to rate. But remember, we can use this on other asset classes. We can use it on commodities. We can use it on carbon credits. We can use it on a whole range of things that need to be rated, because rating and evaluation is important for everybody to understand underlying value and investment opportunity. So what's really important here, and again, Bitcoin minus 34%, gold 6.8%, S&P minus 5% over that period. What's important, and again, Bilal referred to this, is risk-adjusted return. So cryptocurrency, for most people, isn't investable because the volatility is way too high. But what we've done with eBay Technology is make the uninvestable technology of cryptocurrency investable, because on a risk-adjusted return, we actually outperform even gold and the S&P. So these more stable assets, we can trade cryptocurrencies and reduce the risk and make this affordable and make it accessible to institutions and to people everywhere. So it is really powerful. And again, we've used Sharpe ratio to measure risk, and as I say, looking at risk-adjusted returns, our Sharpe ratio is enviable. So where are we now? We're in a position where we develop the technology, we're advancing it constantly, so we're not standing still. We've got a great, powerful research team. We talked about the value of team within a business. Our team is powerful. As I say, the development team that we have developed and produced and delivered many successful blockchain businesses in the past, and they're working now to deliver what we have, to showcase what we have. So we already have developed the technology. It's already out there. We're developing it further. We already have a good number of site users, over 200,000 site users, 17,000 users. We're beginning to generate revenue, even though we're only in the beta phase. We're about to go fully live with the next upgrade in our AI technology. So it's a really exciting road ahead. We've got, you can see the spread of global users, and we think the UAE and GCC in particular is going to be a really exciting market for us. So we've got products. It's not just about a technology. We have products to go to market, and we're already, as I say, monetizing. We have eVay Pro, which is basically, empowering people to use the ratings to empower their investment decisions. We've got a trading bot in the pipeline, which again will be powered by the engine of eVay ratings. And we've got eVay API, so we'll be talking to Carter about potentially, Carter Capital and other institutions about potentially using our technology to empower their investment decisions. Go-to-market strategy. It's all about community. It's all about numbers at the end of the day, because what we tried to do was turn the ratings model on its head. We're not charging millions of pounds or dollars or whatever to access our technology. We're not being paid by the institutions that we rate, and so we're not biased. That's really important. That was the problem in 2008, the bias of the ratings agencies. But we're not biased because we're not remunerated by the institutions that we rate. We're remunerated by the users, and it's not a big fee. I mean, we're talking $9, $10 per month to access our ratings. We've actually got other innovative ways to monetize our product, which costs next to nothing to empower trading decisions. So we've got a really exciting roadmap ahead of us. Again, we need to move through fairly quickly, but there's so many things, and one of the next things we're doing is the commodities space. There's cryptocurrency can basically, it can be in bull market, bear market, same as most asset classes. But when you're talking about commodities, we don't really care. Nobody cares whether it's a bull or a bear market. They need to buy their commodities. They need information and empowerment on what the price is going to be tomorrow. And our technology is highly predictive, as we've already proved with our test cases. So business overview. We've got an amazing future ahead of us. We're looking at generating 65 million revenue in year 5. So we're already generating revenue. It's not as though we're just an idea on paper. We're actually already beginning to generate revenue, and the future is bright. So we have an amazing route to market through exchanges. Most people are paralyzed from making investment decisions at the moment because of fear in the market. But as I say, what we do is actually take that fear out, we take that volatility out and make this investable for everybody. I wanted to show you, there will be an opportunity at some point to show you a little video about our ratings technology, about how to use the technology. It's really easily usable, it's very user-friendly, and hopefully we'll get the opportunity to show that to you. But again, with exchanges, they want to showcase our technology to their millions of users. We don't have to go out and find users. They're already there. There's a lot of cryptocurrency users. There's users everywhere in every asset class want to know information about what prices are going to be tomorrow. So we have mass numbers that are basically waiting to use our product. So we're looking to raise 3 million. We're offering 8% of the company. We've got, again, we can talk privately about how that capital will be used to advance what we're doing. So I hope you'll join us and look forward to speaking with you at some point in the future.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Perfect timing. Well done. Thank you. Okay, that was perfect timing, actually, 10 minutes. Dr. Marwan now is our next speaker. He's perhaps the most important person in the UAE and Dubai in the area of blockchain. He created pretty much everything, and we're thankful to you for everything you've done. He has the most difficult job, which is to speak to everybody for 5 minutes when you're all craving for coffee. So, Dr. Marwan, the floor is yours.
enforceability and certainty on the contracts. Web3 also employs some different types of technologies like AI, machine learning, and Internet of real-world assets have been traditionally been traded and financed against how Web3 can solve some of these issues. So in traditional real-world assets, there's a lot of intermediaries. This creates a lack of transparency in the price, high transaction costs, lack of liquidities, and everything is slow, very, very slow. So us that are familiar with the Web3 space, having to wait 3 to 5 business days for international transfer is not the best effective thing to do business. So in Web3, we have instant payments with lower transaction fees, no intermediaries, and we have a greater essence of liquidity in traditional non-liquid assets. We can do things like fractional ownership or tokenization of assets to improve different avenues of financing and trading. This is what JetSet is doing. We are building the bridge between these existing technologies and the Web3 space. We are confident that we will disrupt this new market and bring in solutions to be more cost-effective, accessible, and secure. So let's explore our ecosystem. We have Air1, JetSet Smart Place, and JetSet Online Finance. Marketplace, sales and acquisition, and financing. Now, being in the space for years, cheers to Mr. Mirzad, 30-plus years of experience in aircraft sales, we have not only have the knowledge, but the experience to know what essentially the industry challenges are we facing and how we can overcome it. This is why we are essentially really excited to bring these solutions to the table, because we can know for sure that we can disrupt this industry, and this is the way we are doing it. Let's explore our project number 1, Air.1. This is a live platform. It is a state-of-the-art advertising and collaborating tool. You can go right now to Air.1 and have access to a number of tools. For example, we have our new aircraft showroom, so you can here find all the technical specifications of an aircraft, either if it's a jet, a turboprop, or a helicopter. You have our marketplace for pre-owned aircraft. You have our request lounge, so direct buyers and sellers can interact with each other. And for our user interface, we have implemented a direct messaging tool, so you can have an easier onboarding solution. And I would like to share our latest implementations here in the Blockchain and Youth Summit. It is our AI GPT tool that will essentially give you expert consultation on Air1. So you can have, for example, ask this AI, give me a list of the top 5 most popular aircraft from Bombardier to Dassault and Boeing, and it will give it to you immediately. This is live right now, and I would like to also explore our second project, which is JetSet Smart Place, the sales and acquisition aspect. So JetSet is essentially a platform that will facilitate, automate, and simplify the way we trade aircraft. What we deliver a strong ecosystem, a strong environment, so you can transact directly, peer-to-peer, an aircraft with no intermediaries and in a secure manner. We provide price transparency and privacy, time and cost savings, and unparalleled security. By removing the intermediaries within all this process, you create an optimized deal flow and really a streamlined process. So let's dig deeper on this platform. So to comply with the highest degree of security, you have to comply with the 4 Ks. What do I mean by that? KYC, KYB, KYT, KYV. Know your customer, know your business, know your transaction, and know your vast company. Here in JetSet, every user that we onboard on the platform has to go through KYC process and has to go through compliance. Why? Because we want to make sure that each counterparty is not in any type of sanction list or involved with money laundering, financing of terrorism, or even adverse media. So we do all this screening for you. This is done through one of our integrated software, SumSub, which is a AML, KYC provider. We offer a step-by-step process throughout the whole thing, from negotiation to closing. We offer pre-drafted, automated legal documents, so you'll have your purchase agreement, your bill of sales, and so on, and signed with digital signatures, so everything is conducted efficiently. We build also in the system and escrow and payment systems in both in fiat and crypto. So if you ask me, Edgar, this crypto thing, I don't understand it, I don't get it. Can I just do a fiat transaction? I don't mind waiting 3 to 5 business days. Yes, you can. So you can do both fiat and crypto transactions in the platform. But essentially, a lot of the things that are in the platform are powered by blockchain, powered by the distributed ledger technologies. So we offer tokenization of assets and legal documentation, data and document storage, escrow, smart contracts, crypto and fiat payments, and integration with one of the top tiers custody providers. We also integrate our tokenization aspect. Just to be clear, we do not offer to buy an aircraft via NFT. What we do have is a creation of an NFT, which is a digital twin of the actual asset. So you have a representation in the NFT of the history of the aircraft, the technical specifications, all the legal documentation that is attached to the aircraft, the bill of sale, the purchase agreement, and so on. The NFT actually also integrates with the escrow smart contract, giving an automatization to the deal. Furthermore, you can actually update the information and documentation metadata onto the NFT, so it creates dynamic NFTs. This is our next step that is being built on JetSet Online Finance. It is an innovative way to finance an asset, whether it is a real estate, jet, any high-value asset, essentially. So what we want to accomplish is to have an automated loan origination and execution. You can have tokenization of the collateral or of the loans. So you can essentially create a pool of loans invested into those loans to purchase a fleet of an asset. Or, for example, if you already have a real world asset like a jet, you can use it as a collateral, essentially having liquidity with traditional non-liquid assets. Now, our next step, and I am essentially very excited to share this, is that these platforms can very easily be integrated in some other verticals, like real estate, like commercial fleets, like jets, cars, boats, or even cargo and equipment. We want to establish also fractional ownership and also to continue activating our AI process throughout the whole process sales. So this is JetSet. Thank you for your attention and join us in the future of the way we are doing trade, advertising, and finance. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Edgar. We're coming to the last company presentation before the lunch break. I'm happy to introduce Zenota AG to you. This is a blockchain-based transaction system that enables transactions with data within a reliable legal framework of the user's choice. The company is Swiss-based, and it provides a unique technology that makes files, streams, and other digital data truly unique and allows to execute ownership rights, the big topic in international trade. I'm happy to introduce Eric Neuenschwander. He's the Deputy Chief Legal Officer of the company. The stage is yours.
Hi, everybody. Thank you, Michael, for the very kind introduction. And of course, thank you, Gustavo, for giving us the opportunity to speak here at this fantastic conference. Zenota was actually founded by a group of very experienced entrepreneurs and scientists and lawyers. And despite my gray hair, I'm actually one of the youngest team members. So naturally, as this is a Blockchain and You Summit, they've asked me to present here Zenota, which I'm very happy to do. My name is Eric. I'm a Swiss lawyer by education. And I've been with Zenota for the last 2 years. And I'm very happy to dive now into the conversation about Zenota. So what is it? Sonata is actually a huge and ambitious project, but at the core, it's the world's first two-way blockchain, and it will empower Web3. So you might wonder, what is a two-way blockchain? I've never heard of this, but why do we need it? And let me give you the answer to that with a very simple example. So whenever you buy something in the physical world, in the real world, a tangible good, it's a two-way transaction. You give something, mostly money, and you get something, whatever you paid for. So the quid pro quo, as the old Romans called this very basic concept of trade. So why did we create the world's first two-way blockchain? Because all the other blockchains, they cover one side of a business transaction, right? You might say, okay, some of them combine the two sides on a multi-chain or an application layer, but the Sonata blockchain is the first blockchain that actually has two ledgers. So it provides an immutable record of the two sides of every transaction, or in other words, the quid and the quo are on both ledgers and defended by our consensus mechanism. So we think that Sonata, our two-way blockchain, enables trade and transaction with data in the digital world, and especially in Web3, and it will enable serious B2B trade on a blockchain, and as we heard, trade is the spirit of Dubai. So if we talk about trade and transaction with data, what do I mean by that? Well, if you think about it, trade in today's world is mostly done through data. Data can be a music file, an in-game item, a streamed movie, or a piece of digital art. But data can also represent physical goods, such as a letter of credit, a bill of lading, commodity papers, or other financial instruments. And if you think about it, how do you currently trade data over the internet? Well, the challenge is that as soon as you transfer a data file over the internet, you lose full control over such file, and you cannot extract the value of that data file because of that. It's known as the copy-paste problem because you can't really control the file. With our transaction and trade protocol, the ITTP as we call it, we provide the world with a decentralized protocol that enables transactions and trade with data over the internet. And we've managed to do this by making 4 very important key inventions. Obviously, first, we needed a new file format. We call it the smart data file, which is a patented programmable file format which essentially enables a user to make every single data file unique, like a tangible good as you know it from the physical world. And if data is not unique, it is not controllable, because you could never tell who the owner of a file is. Is it the original or is it a copy? And we managed to find a way to print a kind of DNA into every single file, which essentially then enables blockchain-based digital ownership of files. And we thus managed by doing so to solve this problem, this double-spend problem for data. And the next invention at the network level, as I mentioned, is our two-way blockchain. Because as already said, if I buy a file from you and you get payment from me, this in itself is one transaction, which should be either completely executed or not at all. So our two-way blockchain is the technical base layer representing this logic of trade. Without such foundation, there can never be automated trade or transaction with data. Third, we came up with the idea to create a legal framework underpinning the transactions and trade with data, which enables users to interact in a safe, legal environment and structure their transactions in a manner compliant to national law. It provides the user with a sustainable and reliable assessment of operational risks, as well as the enforcement of rights, including a dispute resolution possibility. And last but not least, we created our native token, the Zeno, which is needed for the technical execution of a trade, and it can issue a consensus-defended receipt for payment, which leaves the recipient of a transaction with the possibility to accept payment or not. So these are the 4 main cornerstones of this ambitious project, and we're very happy to discuss it with you in further discussions at a later stage this afternoon. So I know this has been rather technical, so now let's address for a second the potential future market of such a decentralized protocol like the ITTP. I think we all agree we're heading with light speed towards a Web3 economy, and we believe that's where the legacy world and the digital world will merge. But if we want this to happen, we must have the technology that allows us to trade and transact in Web3 applications as we're used to from the legacy world. And let me give you an example what I mean by that. If I used to buy a music CD in the real world, I could hold it in my hands, and I was pretty sure that I'm the owner of that CD. But what if you download the same album from the internet? From a legal point of view, it's a completely different story. So as long as you don't have digital ownership like Sonata provides, there is never real trade and transaction of data in Web3. So it is our mission to bring the internet from Web 2.0, from read and write, to Web 3, where you can read, write, and actually own a piece of digital data. So this slide, I know this is against every advice for a successful pitch because there's just too much information, but bear with me for a second. I'm going to try to break it down on how we plan to bring a new layer 1 to mass adoption. In fact, we do so by creating verticals, and we focus our efforts on specific use cases. First, asset-backed NFTs, where we're promoting projects dealing with digital identity, name, image, likeness, digital art, publishing and ticketing, because our smart data file binds the unique file to the entry on the blockchain and thus gives owners, as said, the full ownership rights, which can be sold and transferred. Secondly, with GameFi, we aim to get to a large number of wallets, where through our venture called Playing Fields, we created a decentralized marketplace for in-game items, where we were enabling gamers with secure, non-custodial swaps and a consensus-defended inter-game trade. Thirdly, with DeFi, we will try to show the potential of our technology in a financial system by delivering the tools for DeFi's complex applications, such as commodity future solutions, B2B and B2C, and consumer trade. And last but not least, digital rights management, where we're building a venture called Beatback, which will be a peer-to-peer music place providing digital rights, consumption and licensing of the individual file level, and which will empower artists with the full control over their catalogs and the income streams. So, yes, you might think this sounds too good to be true, but aren't there any competitors in the market? And I'm sure there are some who try to achieve a similar goal as we do, but I think we're the ones that integrated all these 4 solutions into one protocol. So using Sonata means you no longer need a set of different applications, because we integrated all these services into one system. That increases efficiency and security for both the developers and the users. So our technology is built to combine the advantages of the 2 giants in the field, obviously Bitcoin as a digital payment system and Ethereum as a system for financial instruments. And humbly speaking, we don't want to compete, we just want to bring the next step in the evolution of layer 1s to the market. And I think at this stage it's very important to mention that Sonata is not just a white paper, it is a running system as we speak, but obviously, as with any piece of technology, there's still a lot of development ahead, and the Sonata team will maintain and further develop the system. Let me give you a quick overview of where the company currently stands. We're fortunate enough to have already closed 2 investment rounds where investors had the chance to buy a Zeno in order to participate in the future growth of the Sonata ecosystem. We're now in our last pre-listing private sale, which will be followed by a public sale of our token. And after closing these 2 rounds, we will list our token as an ERC20 with well-known exchanges, and a year later, we'll list our native token on the same exchanges in 2024. Here's an overview of our team. As mentioned, we have a lot of experience, and I'm fortunate enough to work with fantastic individuals across all fields. Here's an overview of the executive team. And we're also very fortunate to have gained the support of incredible advisors along the way. And I would like to close my short presentation about Sonata, and we're very happy to take your questions. Luckily for that, I brought some more experience. Professor Vlad Andreas Foer is here. He's the Chief Legal Officer of Sonata, and if you have any questions, we're very happy to take them. We look forward to engaging with you later today or in the future, and I would like to thank you again, Gustavo, for the invitation. It's a real honor, and it's fantastic to be here. Thank you all for your attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Eric, for your insights. We are now heading for lunch, the well-deserved lunch break. It's now 1 o'clock. We will start again here at 2:30. So 1 hour 30.
Where is lunch? Downstairs.
Yeah, so lunch is downstairs at the restaurant. It's 2 floors.
Can you speak louder enough so that... Sorry, where is
Ground floor at the restaurant.
So 2 flights down.
Yes.
2 flights down in the restaurant lunch. We see you back at 2:30. Enjoy lunch. Thank you. Jetzt haben wir ja, Sie hat es heute Morgen rausgeschickt, oder? Wie viel haben wir jetzt? Kandidaten? Nein, ich weiß es nicht. Ich kann nur Sie melden. Kann nur Sie melden heute Morgen, wo ist es?
Nein, aber er hat gesagt, irgendwie ist eine Haufen Diskussionen über die
Aber weißt du, mit all dem ganzen politischen Zeug da, weißt du, was sagst du? Nein, das ist gar nicht. Und ich habe immer gesagt, am Schluss, aber am Schluss hast du so einen Abweicher vom Patrick, den niemand kennt. Wenn du durch den HM hockst und wenn wo ihm kommt, weißt du, meine, oder? Da kommen jetzt am Ende 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Ja. Da, Karin Dogetz, for Scale Compliance, dann Samira Fernandes, dann Uli von Nigel, dann der Ben, of course, dann du, dann Satish, Patrick, Nabil, Matteo und der Mann. Aber weißt du, ja, noch ich kenne die ganze politische, ich habe auch gesagt, oder weißt du, das ist ein gutes Event, das ist schon gut, du fährst da im Office. Weißt du?
Hast du nur, dass jetzt noch gesagt hast, kommst du den ganzen Tag?
Nein, weil jetzt nachher muss ich präsentieren,
Ja, schon.
oder? Aber ich kann eben, weißt du, die von Zenota, wenn ich abgehe. Weil der Andreas Vogel ist mein alter Universitätsprofessor.
Den wir nicht getroffen haben.
Genau, oder?
Und der arbeitet dort.
Ja, und Erik ist quasi ein Deputy. Und er hat gesagt, ich drücke jetzt da bei den Jungs da reden, vom Professor reden genug. Darum, ja. Ja. Darum. Eben, jetzt ist ganz Homepage und gerade politisch nominiert, jetzt haben wir nochmal welche Meetings, und jetzt sicher, du musst...
Ja, ist schon
Hä? Nein, weil ich natürlich das Legal-Ding gemacht habe, wenn sie jetzt wieder sicher mal etwas Böses einschicken. Aber ich weiß gar nicht, wo wir sind. Weil ich bin da der Smart Sheet. Kommt da immer E-Mail über. Weißt du, so Smart Sheet, dass jeder etwas macht, kommst nach das E-Mail über. Du kommst irgendwie 10 E-Mails am Tag, keine Ahnung, weißt du, oder? Und ich sage, Letizia, jetzt hat auch gesagt, dass sie müssen alles vorhanden machen, sie hat keine Training gehabt, sie wissen, wie es geht. Raphael ist noch gar angefangen. Man sagt auch jetzt nach Mexiko, die da, die Ladies da, plus der Ben, und voran, was ist Stand heute, was ist Delta, was fehlt, da kann man etwas machen. Weißt du, so, oder? Und da habe ich gesagt, nein, von der Wahl her. Das ist ja klar, aber da gehen wir dorthin und dann werden die gewählt werden. Und dann der erste Chef von Intel.
Aber wir sind noch immer auf dem, was nicht.
Wobei Gender Identity. Und sie haben gesagt, eben da die neue Plattform von Business Group und Business Councils. Und die enthalten die neue Article of Association, wo jetzt schon erste Gruppen und Business Council neu darauf established worden sind. Aber das ist also nicht mehr jetzt einfach ein Papier. Sie haben jetzt schon angefangen, das zu implementieren.
Aber nicht, dass wir jetzt plötzlich sagen, nein, wir machen jetzt 12 Leute.
Nein, weil sie haben gesagt, dass die neue Artikel, das ist nicht das, was wir haben. Oder? Und ich habe Peter gesagt, du kannst nicht bringen, wenn wir 6 Monate haben, um das implementieren, dass jetzt 12 wählst. Und nachher sagst du, jetzt wäre Monate. Oder? Nein, aber ist jetzt gestartet in den E-Mail, oder? Das nur noch, dann nur noch 19. Nein, das ist ja. Ich habe auch nicht Zeit für so. Ich weiss nicht. Gut, der Peter ist auch wieder gegangen, gell? Der ist schon eine Voice-App heute Morgen. sagen, ja, wir würden für Sustainability, wir würden jetzt in ein neues Building gehen mit Higher Sustainability. Das ist ihre Ausrede. Oder? Das ist jetzt da, das, was der Peter sagt, Sustainability abfallen. Oder? Du willst jetzt mal nicht, wenn du 100 Solarzellen am Tag hast. Aber jetzt wird die Botschafter gesagt, der Präsident kommt noch, ja. Ja. Inshallah, hat man gesagt. I'm not here anymore anyway, that's gesagt.
everybody. Can you please come in, people outside, so we can have a sweet starting to the afternoon on the dot. All right, so we're looking for Bilal now. You're MC for the afternoon. All right, okay. All right, so we'll start within the next 10 minutes maximum.
Excellencies, ladies, gentlemen, thank you for returning from a lovely lunch downstairs. So we're ready to start the afternoon segment of the Blockchain and Youth Summit. We're going to start now with an excellent company that has come from Switzerland. They're going to be presenting some of the innovative themes of their company. It's Zelidoni. So Thomas and Joanna, please. This one is on, so one person can have this, and one person can use this. And you can use the clicker.
Hello everyone, I'm Joanna Moraes, the CEO and founder of Zelidoni. I'm the first woman in this stage today. And I don't know if you know, but in Web3 we are 2% of women entrepreneurs. So I want to make an applause to all women in entrepreneurs in this realm. So the presentation, like you see, my English is not so good. So my partner, Thomas Siakam, CFO and founder, go present Zelidoni.
Thank you, Joanna. Dear distinguished guests, first of all, I wanted to congratulate you for attending this Blockchain and Youth Summit in Dubai. And we are very pleased to present you Zelidoni, an innovative rental guarantee solution. First of all, we just wanted to tell you where we were inspired by the name Zelidoni. It's a Greek name that means swallow. Swallow is a bird in the Portuguese culture that symbolizes a stable home, stability, and our idea was to be able to assist people to rent a place, to rent a home, and people who cannot afford buying a place. What's the issue of the current model, the current rental guarantee model? In a market like Switzerland, which is our prime market, you can see that 40% of the tenants make use of the deposit system. That is, they go to the bank and they deposit an amount for the owner. And the other 60% of the people make use of a bonding insurance. That's a rental guaranteed insurance system whereby someone who cannot afford paying a deposit pay a premium on an insurance. And the insurance will issue a certificate to the owner. The problem with that model is that it's not working. It's been there for 40 years in the Swiss market. Zelidoni, we're trying to bring a better hybrid system. That is, the first part of our business model is for tenants who can afford paying a deposit, they will invest with us in our protocol. That means we're going to create a liquidity pool in the DeFi whereby the fund will generate a return. And for the tenant who cannot afford paying a deposit, we want to use that liquidity protocol as an insurance system where we can assure the owner of the place that the tenant can actually get the place. So it's efficient, it's transparent, and Mr. Gustavo Montero talked about sustainability. We think it's sustainable because whatever is efficient and saves time, it's sustainable. And that's the whole idea of Web 3.0. So yes, Zelidoni, it's that hybrid system that will provide those two services, like for tenants who can afford paying a deposit and tenants who cannot afford an insurance model. So if you look at the picture there, you can see our prime market, Switzerland. There's 800,000 people making use of a bank deposit system and 1.5 million people making use of the bonding insurance. That's the tenant who cannot afford paying a deposit. With an average deposit for private customer of 4,200 and for commercial customer of 30,600. You people must realize that we are talking about 70 billion Swiss francs of deposits sitting at a bank. And the average customer in Switzerland from that deposit gets 0.1%. And the average length of rental, it's 8 years. And at the end of the 8 years, he gets his deposit back, but the transaction fees wiped out the 0.1% that he gets. So, and you can see from the graph as well that the problem is everywhere. It's scalable, our solution, because more and more people are going to rent. With the increase in interest rate, we will see a bigger rental market across Europe. So how does it work? We make sure that in the rental process, all the stakeholders will participate. That is, the tenant bringing the deposit and paying the premium, the investor investing in the liquidity pool, the community, the Web3 community as well, investing. So from that liquidity pool, we generate enough income to reward all the participants. And you need to understand that it's decentralized. And we're very happy that Swissborg earlier on actually showed the capabilities of DeFi. It's very, very important, the decentralized aspect of the solution, because it's a safe solution. And also, it's important to highlight the fact that we will be the first liquidity pool with an average lock-in period of 8 years, because that's the average period of time for a tenant in Switzerland. That already takes away a lot of volatility. If you know that on average, a person will stay for 8 years, and that's why we are starting with that market. But there are other markets as well where we see more or less the same case. So our revenue model, it's the interest generated from the DeFi, the premium paid by those tenants that cannot afford paying a deposit, and transaction fees, management fees, as well as transfer fees. Our adoption strategy, it's very important for us to make sure that we sign the right partnership. That is the rental agencies, because they are the heart of our business, bringing us the tenant. the CRM companies, because we need to link our platform with the rental agency platform through those CRM agencies. We also need to build a strong community. That's Web 3.0. We need a partnership with the current bonding insurance. And finally, FINMA. We're working hand in hand with FINMA because it's the Swiss regulator. We are a proudly made Swiss business, and we need to ensure that we work with FINMA and we get all the necessary approval, because that's the heart of our business. Our competitive landscape, the current banks, UBS, Credit Suisse, because those are the places where the tenant deposit, pay the deposit amount, and they get not an interesting interest rate. You have your traditional rental guaranteed insurance company, your Swiss caution, First Caution, and your traditional insurance company, that's your AXA and Helvetia. So Zelidoni is a pioneer because no one else is giving that hybrid system. So we are the only one. We did a lot of research to see, and we realized that we actually saw a gold mine that no one else saw. The team. It's a team of dedicated and passionate people. Joanna Moret, Mrs. Joanna Moret, the CEO, who introduced herself, strong 10 years with Swisscom, strong technical background. Myself, I'm a chartered accountant from the French Institute of Chartered Accountant. I have an experience with the Big Four, Ernst & Young, PricewaterhouseCoopers, and before Zelidoni, I spent 5 years advising BNP Paribas on technical matters. We have our blockchain developers with his experience with Sanofi. We have Monsieur Rudolph Acuno, Monsieur Simao Montero, our web designer who worked at SPOM, and our community manager, Mrs. Jody Vieille, who worked for Migros. Our partners, OpenFees, very well known in Switzerland with a strong capability in the development of blockchain platform. They are helping us to build the infrastructure. Volter Cluewords, the largest risk management tool provider. FINMA, because it's the regulator, we need to work with them. And we're also pleased to announce that we are signing a partnership with a bond insurance and the oldest rental agency in Switzerland. So we are potentially looking at 8,000 customers from the tenant. And our advisor, Monsieur Cyril Lapinte, who is the owner of OpenFees, Stéphane Leterrier, Monsieur Stéphane Leterrier, and Monsieur Thierry, two notable business people, and we are very pleased to have Monsieur Stéphane Leterrier with us today. And we are very proud to work with Volter Cluewords, and our project went all the way to the highest level of that company, and we met the vice president, and he had to say these words. They believe that our solution is scalable. We are targeting a mass market tenant. It's a global issue. So they believe we needed that strong risk management tool to ensure that we can reassure the market about our solution. So we are very proud to work with Volter Cluewords, and they've decided to assist us into building that robust risk management tool. Currently, they mostly work with the biggest banks, so it's also quite interesting that they trust a small company like ourselves. So where are we? We are looking to get, at this phase, 50 million Swiss francs. That is 40% of the total token issued, 3.2 billion. And as of today, 2.35 million raised from the two partners that I mentioned earlier, and a potential user base of 10,000 from those two partners with an estimated deposit amount of 42 million Swiss francs. So yes, as of today, we are working on the MVP, and it's very expensive because we focus on risk management and the regulatory side of the business. Hence, a significant amount of our resources go into ensuring that the market will say that we are working with the regulator, the Swiss regulator FINMA, and to ensure that we have the best technical partner, as I mentioned, Volter, and even the legal firm that is helping us. It's one of the biggest in Switzerland, specialized in the blockchain side. So yes, we are open, as I mentioned, from investor to get the token at this seed phase. We are available today if you want to discuss with us, and we have some documents ready in case you are interested. And we can also present you with the financial modeling that I did for all the scenarios, best case, worst case, and everything else. So once again, thank you for listening to us, and I hope you will join us. So Gustavo, I don't know if they asked the question or is it...
If anyone has any questions for Zelidoni, please.
If we have the time.
And just so everyone's aware, we are going to have a very general and open Q&A at the end of the session where any questions can be asked to the host or any of the companies. But please feel free now if there are any questions.
I have one.
Yes.
I lived in Switzerland for 40 years, right?
Yes.
So that's a very specific model.
Yes.
Is that model applicable to the rest of the world?
Yes.
Is it scalable?
It's very scalable, as I said earlier. That's why we are getting a tool from Robert Walters. It's from Walter Kluwert, my bad. It's scalable because, as we mentioned, in most countries, if not all countries in the world, tenants need to pay a deposit. And the insurance model part of it, it's some countries don't have it, but in most countries in the world, I think all countries in the world, tenants need to pay a deposit. And right now, they're getting nothing. They're getting nothing from the banks. And on top of that, in some of the countries where the deposit is not blocked in a bank account, they give it directly to the owner. The owner does what he wants with your deposit. So the idea with Web 3.0 is that we secure everything through a smart contract. And from there, the owner will also, I mean, he will not have the ability to do what he wants with that deposit. It's going to be secure. And with Web 3.0, we believe most transactions in the future are going through smart contract. So in those countries, we believe that our solution will be applicable.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's an excellent presentation from Zelidoni, a Swiss company that are seeking to expand into this region, just like many companies that are making the shift over to the UAE from Switzerland. We're now going to be having a panel discussion, the topic of which, as we've been discussing, blockchain business through various segments. We're now going to be highlighting some of the challenges that are involved and some of the ways that we are overcoming these obstacles. This is going to be moderated by Ahmed Rafai, if you'd like to join us. You can take a seat here. And Jorge, Derek, and Guy Turner, if you'd like to join. Yeah, we do have them. Yes, these gentlemen will be doing that.
So until they get seated, I just want to say that I'm very happy to be here. Thanks to Gustavo and to Bilal from Carter Capital for deciding to invite us here and collaborate with us on pulling off this amazing and well-curated event, one of the very little that we really was confident to entertain our name with. So thank you, Gustavo, very good, an old friend. We have been in the industry for almost half a decade now, where he has been emceeing a lot of the events. You know his face very well. Maybe I'm more than the guy behind the scene, but I'm happy today to moderate this panel with such an amazing panelists and very dear friends of mine like Derek and Georgie. And I had the pleasure to meet one of the most influential YouTubers on blockchain. So welcome you guys and welcome our dear panelists as well.
Thank you.
So let's kickstart this straight away. I would like each one of you to take just at least 1 minute, if not less, to briefly and concisely introduce yourselves. So we start with Yugi.
Hello, my name is Guy Turner. A few years ago, I co-founded Coin Bureau YouTube channel, and as of today, we are the largest crypto, blockchain, and Web3 focused YouTube channel in the world. And yeah, it's my very great pleasure to be the front man for an extremely talented team of researchers and in crypto enthusiasts, and we make dozens and dozens of videos every month, and it's our mission to spread education, adoption, and knowledge of crypto, blockchain, and Web3, one person, one video at a time.
Thank you, Guy.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. My name is George Sebastião. I've been in the region for 27 years, about 35 in technology. I was CTO for Huawei for about 20 countries, and about 7-8 years ago, Huawei asked me, oh, there's this thing called blockchain. It consumes lots of computing power. Why don't you go and study it? Well, the rest is kind of a little bit history, but the short version is that I've worked in blockchain now for the last 7 years, and we have created the largest community in the Middle East in 11 other countries. It's something called EcoX, stands for Ecosystem Connections. And during this, we bring the 3 most important ingredients for startups to be successful. And we call this, like the TV station in Saudi called NBC, we call it money, brains, and contacts. So if you want to have a successful business, you need these 3 ingredients to be successful in business. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Dirk Hoekenkamp. I'm from the Dutch Caribbean originally, here around I think 15 years in UAE, and now living between Thailand and UAE and hopefully Switzerland soon, because I'm looking at some project there which is confidential. My main mission is to enjoy life, and second of all, let other people enjoy life and use technologies to make your life better and maintain cultural heritage and also heritage of buildings and of assets. So you can see that, for example, in Thailand or in Dubai, which is really important. And also the kids, to make it interesting for the kids, like us old people want to teach them something, and through the technology you can make these kids interested. As I gave the example before, I don't want to go with grandma to the temple or to the mosque. But if it's gamified, or if there's a metaverse, or if there's a blockchain, or if there's technology, then I want to go with grandma.
Thank you so much. So to stay relevant to the topic about the challenges of blockchain business, and as I can see, and I know some of you personally, and now I have a background of the diversity on this panel now. So you come from the media side, you run this YouTube channel, you're a former CTO of a blue chip, and you're more of a technical guy as well as the ecosystem guy. And for Derek, you come from the real estate background and trophy assets and this kind of stuff. So let me give relevant questions to each of you in your respective fields. Starting with Derek, the other side will go back to me. So what do you see in terms of the blockchain business in real estate? What are the challenges? What are the problems? What is the reality and what is a myth?
Yeah, that's the question I get a lot. The thing is that with the real estate, it's regulation. That's number one. Because but if you talk about regulation and about automation and digitalization of assets, and real estate is one of the most complex ones, you need to work together with the authorities. That's number one. Number two, blockchain or metaverse or NFT or whatever you want to use, any innovation, even biometrics or any other technologies, can be useful a lot. And this has been proven over time. But you have to use it wisely. And also now everybody is saying, oh, I'm going to fractionalize real estate, or I can pay with digital currencies. I mean, you could always pay with digital currencies, nothing new. And the thing is that, and using metaverse, so to have more sales. But again, coming back to the same point, you have to look at the utility and what is your goal? Because I think a lot of companies, they have a big plan and then they do so many things. You should pick out one and focus on that, right? And that is with real estate also. Because you have so many things in real estate. It's not only buying the product or developing the product or the construction, because the construction can also put on the blockchain. And also what you're gonna do with it, right? So what are you focusing on? And that is a big problem because people who start a new company or in this space, they want to do everything. And that's not gonna work. So choose your battles and choose what you want to do.
Thank you, Derek, for such an answer. So let me take it to you, Georgie, but from a different angle. As a technical guy, and coming from the technical and the ecosystem environment, what do you see as the tackling point for the intersection between technology and business?
Actually, there's many challenges that came when blockchain was introduced. First, it is a new technology. Second is not very mature. So every time you introduce a new technology, maturity is not there, meaning it's not stable, it cannot do enough transactions per second, which is an example of performance. Some blockchains are not so stable, so they crash. So in terms of transactions per second, just to give you an idea, when you go to something like Visa or MasterCard and it's Christmas Day or the special days, we expect to do 20,000 transactions per second. The initial blockchains like Bitcoin or Ethereum can do anywhere from 3 to 20 transactions per second. So it's a bit like a toy trying to grow up and being used in the real world. So you need to get the technology to mature and advance. The second biggest challenge was the availability of qualified resources. So we did not have the people with the necessary skills to understand what we call programming, smart contracts, and many others. The third element was the integration in the ecosystem. So today when somebody comes to me and tells me, oh, I'm building a blockchain solution, what are you actually really building? And if you actually study it, you realize that blockchain is maybe 2 or 3 or even 5% of the entire solution. The rest has nothing to do with blockchain. It's what we call in the business full stack development, front end, back end, mobile application, and so on. So in order for you to build successful solutions, you need to have something that addresses not just the blockchain element, but everything else, including the most important we always forget, which is the user experience. The last point I want to make is don't focus just on technology, focus first on the business. And this I'm gonna give you a good example of blockchain that has nothing to do with crypto, me and a few colleagues here in Dubai helped the largest telecom organization in the world to deal with their suppliers. Some of those suppliers were, for example, Huawei, but also Lenovo and many others. So the average telecom operator deals with 100 to 1,000 suppliers, batteries, servers, storage, etc. The largest telecom operator is running 50 telecom operations, so it has tens of thousands of contracts, supplies. All these contracts today are being done manually by paper. So they get negotiated, and then you have paper going back and forward every time you have an adjustment to the contract or we deliver less than what it was. So this is the long story. The short story is by implementing a simple technology called blockchain and smart contracts to digitize or remove the paper from these contracts between them and their suppliers, this organization is saving $450 million a year. That's how you introduce business. You save money to the business. You make a change. So for blockchain to be realistically addressing all the challenges, it needs to be useful for business. Only when it's useful for business will people start to use it.
Thank you, George. That was very insightful, actually. So let's take it to the media side as well. You come across probably a lot of people. How do you see different players or new emergent people who are trying to tap into the blockchain sphere and market themselves? What do you experience when you interview people? What are they trying to pin as points to their audience, and what message they are trying to deliver, and what challenges are they trying to solve?
I think in terms of challenges that blockchain is looking to solve, or challenges, I guess, that blockchain is looking to address, is in terms, a large amount of what Georgie was talking about, scalability. This idea that at the moment these legacy networks, the likes of Visa, can offer services that are beyond the scope of blockchains at the moment. And I think part of the danger is that blockchain has been a buzzword in recent years, a buzzword for a shorthand for a new technology that supposedly is going to solve all these problems, is going to make everything more secure, everything easier and faster. And I think what we in our research, and when we talk to people in the industry, and when we talk to people from outside the industry looking in, one of the things that really strikes us is the fact that people are still are quite cynical now. They've heard the word blockchain a great many times.
Everybody thinks it's Bitcoin. When you talk to anyone and say blockchain, if they are not from the sphere, they are not acquainted with the technology, you say blockchain, you say, yeah, Bitcoin.
Bitcoin, yeah. Number go up. How much is it worth now? And I think, obviously, the crypto element of it gets all the headlines. The price is going up, gets all the headlines. And that obscures the underlying use of the technology. And I think that creates an image problem. And I think this is one of the big problems that we see with blockchain, is it's almost promised too much over the past few years, and then the narrative has got shifted by talk around prices, by talk around projects that really are meaningless, because there are so many, especially crypto projects built on blockchains that offer no value.
So you see the challenge now is that people need to understand more and get educated more about the blockchain use cases.
Exactly.
And it's just that cryptocurrencies and Bitcoin is just one tiny fraction of the deployment of the technology. Blockchain, as Gustavo said in the intro of this event, it's a database. And I always say, like, the blockchain is just a fancy word to describe a spreadsheet.
Exactly.
You know, like, but it's how you deploy it and how you use it. So this is the challenge that you see in the industry or in the ecosystem of getting to know about it. How do you see we can address this challenge of informative educational awareness among the community?
I think it's about demonstrating use case. It's about moving beyond this idea of a blockchain is merely a way to transmit monetary value. It's really about, I think, nurturing businesses that are using blockchains in innovative ways. Because I think one of the things that people often ask me, it's like, what do you think is going to be the use case that takes blockchain to the stratosphere? And my answer always is, I have no idea, because if I knew, I'd be out there trying to build it. So I think and that's the thing that excites me most about the sector, is that we're still in this very early stage where the killer applications for blockchain, the killer use cases, I think have yet to be discovered. Having said that, there's still some really exciting use cases, some really exciting options being explored, like these guys have just been talking about. So yeah, I think we're still waiting for that spark.
Thank you so much. So we pass it to you now, George. What do you see as a challenge in the intersection of technology and business, and how can you see such a challenge that you would describe to be solved?
I think there's several elements that are important. I think today the most important element to address is definitely education. People, as was mentioned by my colleague here, have this idea that blockchain solves all the problems. No, blockchain solves a very specific problem, which in this case is the capability to do transactions, not necessarily financial ones, between individuals or organizations without middlemen. But blockchain has done actually much more than that. And I think one has to step back. Remember when the Lehman Brothers happened and there was a major collapse? Nobody really knew what happened in that collapse because everything was hidden behind walls of data centers. When FTX collapse happened, guess what? It happened in view of everybody. Everybody knew what amount was taken, who took that amount, and what it was used for. So blockchain is adding a layer of visibility. Although it's a hidden database, you can say it's pseudo-anonymous. But the largest company today being successful in blockchain Probably you heard about it or not, but I'll give you a few letters. It's called chain analysis. Maybe you have heard about it or not. Guess who's the biggest hire of chain analysis today? The US government. And why they are interested in that? Because they want to collect taxes. And guess what? The US government can now collect taxes automatically better than they were able to do before. Because now if you do transactions on this ledger, we can find you out. Maybe it'll take a week, maybe it'll take a month, but the data is all there, and the data just needs to be crunched by the right computer at the right time. And then the rest is magic. So the technology and the magic of blockchain is actually amazing in the sense that it allows us to do things that before were simply done in a completely different way. Does it solve all the problems? No. But the biggest problem that I think we need to address is the issue of the user interface. And I don't know how to mention this, but we need to make it simple and easy to use so that the guy that is serving us coffee outside the door can use blockchain without figuring out how to configure MetaMask or some other complicated set of procedures. Because today, it's simply too technical and it's not inviting for the average user to use. Once we solve that problem, then the technology of blockchain will take off exponentially.
Thank you, Georgie, for your insights. Now I take it to you, Derek, from a different angle. You come from the real estate side. You have been a developer, one of the largest projects here in Dubai I know of for you with the government and stuff. So you have your deep-rooted even heritage of your family in the banking in Europe as well. So when it comes to real estate and banking, these two sectors are very prominent in the use cases of blockchain. What do you see as the obstacle or the hassle for investors and for companies or corporates or developers or financial institutions to tap into the blockchain, whether to adopt it or to invest in it?
I wanted to come back to that question in a few seconds. First, I wanted to reply is that, I mean, guys, history repeats itself. I had an internet company, and it was exactly the same what we're in now. I had an audio text company. It's exactly the same where we're in now. Super hype, right? Then also it was exactly the same problems. There were a lot of promises. And first, there was in the internet, remember, a really bad industry, which was dominating the internet. We all know which one it is, which I cannot say. The second one is like the same what happens with crypto or with digital currencies and with what we're talking about now. It's like dominated always by negativity. Why? Because the governments and everybody is afraid of the technology. Because we always talk here about decentralization, but what is wanted? There is regulation needed. There's a kind of centralization needed. So this is why that it's very complicated, and it's not a simple issue. It's a repeat of history. Happened in the telecom industry, which you know also, happened in the internet industry, and now it's happening in the digital currency blockchain industry.
Space
yeah. So it's the same for the real estate. How can a real estate industry, which is one of the most conservative, banking and real estate are the most conservative two of them, right?
You come from both.
Yeah, and I come from both, and I'm the least conservative. So, I mean, I was born in the Dutch Caribbean. We all know what the Dutch Caribbean was founded for. It was the first holding structure in the world, right? And was to avoid taxes, not to evade, avoid. It's a big difference, right? In a completely legal way, right? And all these things you can put also on a blockchain, or you can also use digital currencies or whatever. But it all comes back to the same thing. It's a repeat of history. We will soon not talk about blockchain anymore. We will soon not talk about digital currencies anymore. It's just gonna be there, right? And it's gonna happen quicker than we think, right? And it's all a question what Sebastião said, right? It's all about that it's easy to use, man. I'm in crypto for a long, I don't know how long now, but a lot, right? I mean, and in blockchain and in technology, I mean, I still need help with my wallets and with this really good friend, because otherwise he runs away with the ledger or whatever, right? So this, I still need help, and I'm sitting here on stage. So he's completely right, right? I mean, I use, for example, an exchange and not a ledger for certain reason, right? or I use the ledger, of course, when it's big amount. But for a certain reason, because I'm first of all too lazy to put it on the ledger and to go through this process and call my friend. Second of all, I just think, okay, same as a bank. I mean, if you give the money to the bank, it's the bank's money, it's not your money. If you give it to exchange, it's their money, it's not your money, right? It's all the same stuff. But it has to be adopted, has to be accepted, and that's it. Nothing else. There's nothing new going on here, guys. Nothing. That was my analysis.
Thank you, Derek, for such an analysis. So that takes me to you, Georgie, now, back again. Yeah, you see how he reacts. I think he knows what I'm going to ask. But so let's take it from a different angle. Someone like you who has been connecting the space and the ecosystem here for years, one of the first, if not the first, to bring everybody together. We almost met everybody through you, and everybody met anybody who's anybody in the industry through you here in the region. And I have to give you credit for that, and I think everybody should. What do you think the problem in the ecosystem is? It needs to be more filtered in terms of the participant, or should it be just open for everybody and his dog, or what do you see?
That's actually a good question. My approach to building ecosystem has always been what I call open book approach or open source. And actually the entire evolution of the blockchain industry and the software industry has changed dramatically because of the approach to open source. And what I mean by open source, it really means it's an inclusive way to develop. If somebody tomorrow asks me, do I want to develop my own blockchain? Actually, you can. The source code for the other ones is available. You can copy it, change a few lines, and you have your own blockchain. Imagine trying to do that with Microsoft Word. There's no source code, so you don't know what's actually going on. But somebody made something called OpenOffice or LibreOffice. You have the source code. You can create your own version of Office. So what that really means, the way we actually develop software today is a collaborative way. And when I say software, it's everything in the industry has changed. My background is also a lot cybersecurity. Before, the way you tested cybersecurity was you did, when I came to the region, I did my first course in 1999. We did what we call penetration tests. So you go to a bank and say, your systems are not safe, give me $100,000, and I give you a report of what's wrong with it. This is the old way of doing things. Do you know what's the new way of doing things? It's something called bug bounty. How many people here have heard about bug bounty? Bug bounty is actually an open way, crowdsourced way of finding the problems. You find the problem, you go tell that user, and there's companies that will make you a millionaire because you found the problem. That means everybody is responsible to find the problem, and the ones that find it first get paid first. It's a completely upside down way of solving the problems in the industry. It's a collaborative way. It really means you can solve more problems than the way you were able to do it before. And this change actually happened in the industry almost, I would say, 30 years ago. And I'll explain how this change happened. When I came into the industry, I used to work a lot through CA with a company called IBM. IBM is institutional in our business. By the way, we always joke a bit about IBM as the founder. You know, for those that know about the Middle East technology, you say IBM stands for Inshallah Bukra Malesh, which means God willing, tomorrow, don't worry. So IBM was always the secure way to do computing because it worked, but they had 20 manuals and it took them 10 years to release the next version. Then Microsoft came around and said, no, this is the wrong way to do that. We do something is almost ready, we ship it and the user tests for us and they tell us what's wrong and we fix it on the next version. And guess what? That's the way IT has been evolving for the last 20 plus years. So we turn IT upside down. So everybody today is actually responsible to make IT better. And the same applies to actually blockchain. So if you have a collaborative approach to make your business better and more evolved, it evolves much faster than if you try to do it yourself, because everybody becomes part of your own team, and you're rewarded based on the value that they give to you. They found a bug, you pay them. And guess what? People today, there's a company now moved to Lisbon I'm not trying to promote that company. Last year, their revenues were about $9–10 million. This year, their revenue is close to $100 million just finding bugs in blockchain systems. that is the new way of doing. So in the relationship, to answer your question, the solution is collaborative way to do blockchain. The more open way you have, the more and the faster the blockchain will evolve as a maturity or as a mature solution to solve business problems.
Thank you, Georgie. Thank you. That was very broad and very deep to the point as well. So I think everybody has benefited from this, me personally as well. And let's take this to the last and the final stage of the panel and wrap it up from the media perspective. We have all seen the collapses of the likes of FTX, Celsius, 3 Hours Capital, and recently one of the VCs were coming to us, and I found 3 Hours Capital, which actually I call it 3 hours because they went down in 3 hours, and their balance sheet is almost bankrupt. So I was like, seriously, you don't come to us with this. But a lot of people have been talking about this, analyzing this, and what happened in FTX, and what didn't happen in FTX, and a lot of things. Nobody has been there. Nobody knows. But, of course, there has been a criminal act there, fraudulent practice. How do you see the ecosystem or the participants, the communities, are reacting to this? Who's trying to compromise on it, and who's trying to take it as an advantage, and who's trying to step over the ruins of FTX to show that they are the better?
I think first and foremost, the industry's reaction to FTX and Celsius and 3AC, and let's face it, many others as well, has been, fortunately, to look back on itself and look back at its founding principles, the founding principles of blockchain, which are decentralization, trustlessness. And the problem is that we allowed entities like FTX and Celsius, these centralized entities, these entities really that are no different from many traditional finance institutions, to impose themselves on the industry. And going back to what you were saying about ease of use, about how the user experience, you can't be, you're absolutely right, you can't be having to connect your MetaMask. No one wants to be writing down seed phrases. And what FTX and Celsius and many others did was to make it easy. They played the convenience card. And this is unfortunately how humans are. If you make it easy for people, then that's the route they'll take. People take the path of least resistance. So I think what was the important thing to take out of that whole disaster, that disaster, which, let's face it, we're still finding out the consequences of it now. We're still uncovering what exactly was going on there. But the principle remains the same. The founding ethics of blockchain had been forgotten. We had this, and we allowed ourselves to be seduced by ease of use. So where do we go from that? Where does the industry take itself from that? I mean, we are seeing people question these sorts of companies now. What worries me is that we will cycle back, because someone else will come along and go, yep, we're decentralized, yep, everything's on chain, yep, we'll make it easy for you, and oh, by the way, 20%, 15%, offering snake oil salesmen will come back again. So the blockchain industry itself needs to be hyper vigilant, and this is where this is my job, this is me and my team's job, is to keep preaching the gospel of decentralization, to keep pointing out that what is so amazing about blockchain is that you put the code out there and anyone can see it. It's the market decides in a way, and we have to stay true to that. We have to stay true to this transparency of blockchain. That throws up factors that not everyone is comfortable with. Not everyone is comfortable with everything being on chain, with everything being discoverable. And obviously, we're seeing a lot of growth in private blockchains. We're seeing TradFi kind of embrace that aspect of it. And unfortunately, for them, I think this is not the way to go. If we want blockchain to live up to its potential, if we want it to give it if we want to take what it can give us, then we have to embrace that idea of open source. We have to embrace that idea of visibility and of trustlessness.
Thank you so much for such a broad explanation of the HO. And so we conclude from this panel that history repeats itself. So It's just a reaction, and the market crashes and ups and downs, and the hypes and the buzzes will always be the same, because this is the way we humans as animals are designed. So it's our nature. We're not gonna bypass that. And from the technical perspective and business intersection, just focus on what value are you adding? What kind of saving resources, bringing revenue, or making something more efficient, easier, more frictionless and hassle-free. And in terms of the ecosystem and the audience and the participants, to be more informated and educated about the topics itself. And even if something is open source and everybody can see it, people just say, oh, okay, it's open source, somebody might be watching them. I don't have to watch them. So we end up nobody watching them. And even if they are open source, they're gonna like fool us all. So let's all pay attention to that. Thank you, every one of you, and thank you for your time and interest in listening to us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much to a very experienced and esteemed panel from a variety of backgrounds, as you've just heard. We're going to continue through the summit agenda now, moving on to a presentation on Carter Capital, which is a blockchain and a youth-led company, and that's me, not Gustavo, despite his energy levels through the roof, as you've seen. So as we touched upon a little bit earlier, the company was founded by myself. We each come from a traditional finance background, which is something that I'm just going to go into some small amount of detail on, because I think it's very important, as we are now, relatively mature in our understanding of blockchain and crypto within traditional financial markets and players. Many, many, many institutional investors, in fact, the vast majority, now do have an interest and a strategy involving blockchain. To give you some examples, the last year in 2022, we saw the world's largest asset manager, BlackRock, with total AUM of over $13 trillion, announced that it would be offering a blockchain investment strategy for the first time to its clients. Both Gustavo and myself have a lot of experience in trading with entities like this. My previous career as an investment banker, these are some of the institutions that I traded with. Now, these highly centralized bureaucratic institutions have huge balance sheets, and they do amazing, amazing complex financial transactions all around the world with many different stakeholders like central banks, governments, NGOs, and so on. However, these institutions are all bound together in somewhat of a centralized group, whereas in the decentralized world of crypto, we can act much more efficiently, faster, and with greater independence than compared with some of the institutions that we can see on the screen. Some more examples of certain institutions that each of us have worked with. The Carter Capital investment strategies comprise four. The first strategy you see there is the marquee strategy, the original strategy that the company was founded with back in 2017, which is whereby we take investment positions in large cap listed crypto assets with a view to generating low risk returns for our investors. There are a number of other strategies involved which go slightly deeper into various aspects of blockchain, including algorithmic investment, crypto mining, and DeFi. However, it is the first strategy, the initial strategy, that remains our marquee strategy and is the one that we'll be focusing on most throughout the rest of 2023. Just to dwell on some of the key pillars of the company, we take long-only positions, meaning we don't operate on the short side of markets. We place a very, very heavy emphasis on risk management. We do not like to take highly speculative bets with our clients' funds. And our investment thesis is driven by macro events and macro drivers. Things like interest rates, liquidity, and so on. The other key aspect of Carter Capital, again, something that each of us have experience in during our previous professions, is that we do not take custody of our clients' funds. This is something that Derek touched upon on the previous panel. He's completely correct when he says, if you have your money in a bank, it's not yours, it belongs to the bank. If you have money on exchange, it's not yours, it belongs to the exchange. These institutions do actually use these funds, client deposits, to generate a return for themselves. And sometimes they go wrong. As we've just heard from the previous panel, the FTX situation in the last 6 months or so was a big highlighting event in that regard. But it happens with banks as well. I remember in Europe, after the 2007-2008 financial crises, within Europe, within the EU, within the Eurozone, there was a bank bail-in in Cyprus, where clients' normal people's funds that they'd worked and saved through decades were simply taken from them in Cyprus, in Europe. So this can happen at any moment. This is a very key pillar that Carter Capital maintains. We do not want, need, nor do we take custody of our clients' funds. They remain with the clients at all times. This is a very short introduction to Carter Capital, as we had some discussion on this before. I did touch upon, very heavily the traditional markets experience that Gustavo and I have, and how that has defined the investment strategies and the way that Carter Capital operates. To get a much more detailed and experienced view of traditional markets, I'm going to invite to the stage a traditional markets specialist, still heavily involved in that field, within stocks, Salman Rajput, who's going to give a view from traditional markets.
Choose to use this or the podium as you.
I'll just use the podium, yeah. Is that all? I see. Good afternoon, all. Big thank you, firstly, to Gustavo and Bilal for inviting me here today, amongst such esteemed guests. And also a warm welcome to the Embassy of Switzerland and the Swiss Business Council to UAE. Excuse me. So first, please let me introduce myself. I'm representing Optiva Securities here in the Middle East. Optiva Securities is a London-based asset management firm, a small boutique firm, 250 million AUM. We primarily focus on small caps and in the mining sector predominantly. We assist good quality companies with their financing needs. We've had some failures and plenty of successes. I'll be around later on to discuss that further, but please do in the meantime visit the website. I would like this to be interactive, so please, I look forward to your questions and comments at the end. So, moving on to today's subject. I'm going to share a small anecdote with you from 2013. A senior colleague of mine asked me about Bitcoin and the crypto space. A week before, I'd read an industry publication, basically pouring cold water over it. So it influenced me. And I told him, don't waste your money. How wrong I was. In November 2013, Bitcoin surpassed the $1,000 mark. And in November 2021, it hit $65,000. You will struggle to find an investment that has performed that well over that period in any asset class. I'll be honest with you, I'm a traditional financier. I've always been skeptical of changes and new things that come into the sector, including crypto. Part of that is understandable because I didn't understand it. But slowly, by reading, talking to experts like Gustavo and Bilal, and plenty of YouTube videos, I started to feel more comfortable in this space. So it's been a bit of a journey. One of the major things to come out of this space was the tech that underpins it. Of course, we've been going through that all day today, the blockchain technology. Now, I'm no tech expert at all, but all experts agree it has revolutionized many sectors, from finance to health, government to real estate. So the question that you have to ask, or that I ask myself today, is 10 years later, where do I stand on the subject? What blockchain did was force the banking and financial world to consider and to accept the digital space. Is Bitcoin the future? I have no idea. Is blockchain the future? Yes, I believe it is. Its adoption is growing year by year, and particularly younger people are very comfortable with this technology. As an investment manager, I accepted some time ago that this space is a bona fide asset class. If I wasn't offering it to my clients, then I'd be doing them a disservice. Plus, many clients now request at least some exposure to this area, whether it's investing directly into the coins or Bitcoin mining. So, because I'm not an expert in that area, excuse me for the plug, but I outsource all of that to Carter Capital, okay? My clients are very happy and comfortable with what they're doing. And most importantly, especially in this sector, trust is very, very important, and we trust them. Thank you very much for listening. Any questions or comments?
I have a question.
Sure.
So you're obviously very much still steeped in the traditional financial markets. You deal with equities, public and private predominantly. But you have taken a view that at least blockchain is the future, and you're providing these asset classes to some of your clients. Amongst your colleagues and peers who are still 2 feet within the traditional financial system, obviously we are both feet on this side, you are perhaps one in each. How is their reaction? How is your ongoing conversations with them? How do they react to an asset class that goes up 200% on average year on year, compared to maybe 7% in a good year in traditional markets?
Okay, so you're referring mainly to my colleagues.
Yeah, colleagues, peers in other institutions.
Okay, so that's a good question actually, because I remember discussing with some colleagues, one in particular, that actually we should start having this offering. And I think that probably may have been maybe around 2017, 2018. And I remember it was just, I was faced with real stubborn resistance, hostility. And then a few years later, I actually heard that the same guy that actually was so resistant had actually bought Bitcoin himself. You know, so I think that people are slowly. I think their minds are changing.
Yeah, so thank you very much. We don't have a lot of time, but just for my own curiosity, you said that you think blockchain is the future, but not cryptocurrencies. Is that what you said?
No, what I'm saying is that the question that always gets asked at dinner parties and, well, anywhere really, is Bitcoin the future of money, you know? And the truth is, I don't know. It might be. Is it the future? I just possibly couldn't tell you that. It's certainly one aspect of money now, which it never used to be. Okay. But I think obviously we've got experts that have been talking about the technology that underpins it. I mean, of course, I don't think blockchain technology is going anywhere, is it? Unless we have blockchain 2.0 or 3.0.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, Salman, that was very interesting. I myself understand very well when there is hesitation from all bankers that go into this new environment. I'm one of them, so I share that. I'd just like to point out that today, this industry is worth $1 trillion. So it's not the future, it's the present, that's all. We're living it, all right? Okay, so the next speaker, our good friend Michael Lane, he's a partner at the Swiss group. He's perhaps the best lawyer I've ever met in the crypto environment, in the world, by the way, not just here. He's a great lawyer. He's going to talk to us about the business of blockchain and the regulatory environment. Very hot subject. Thank you very much.
What can I say to such an introduction? I guess I leave it up to Gustavo to make the judgment. So the topic, business of blockchain, regulatory environment, I guess this could feel like week-long lawyer conferences, So the 10 minutes slot I have now, of course, is a very high bird's view on the topic, just to bring a bit some inputs, what to consider when we talk about blockchain and the regulatory and legal environment. Having to give the speech at this time, of course, it's a blessing and a curse. You need to keep it interesting because a lot of stuff has already been said today. And a blessing because, of course, I can refer to my speaker colleagues from before. What I want to talk about is what is blockchain. I skipped to the definition that I guess will be about the 7th or 8th definition today. Then the common legal and regulatory issues with the use of blockchain. Then I want to make an example of the financial regulators here in the UAE. You see there's an S, so we have more than one here in the United Arab Emirates. And then a few points to the nature of transaction and why this is important when we look at blockchain. So what is blockchain? I skipped the definition part, but I guess we can all agree. Gustavo said it in the intro, it's about database. It's a database which is fully online, of course, digital. It's a database which is shared across public or private peer-to-peer networks, so decentralized, and a database which is cryptographically secure. With the widespread innovation, of course, we heard it a few times today, comes a need of control, to have clarity, to have foreseeability on how to do business. This ultimately, of course, ends in bringing up a policy from the government or from multinational bodies, how you want to tackle the matter. What includes or what is the topic or the matter of a good policy? A good policy states the goals, it states the scope of operation, so how do you operate in a compliant manner in a certain system, and last but not least, it defines the involved authorities in order to keep it running. Several countries have taken steps to establish such policies, of course, varying in both purpose and approach. We're here today in the UAE, specifically here in the UAE, because the UAE has been very active in this field. That's why we're also here today. The UAE has launched programs that includes a blockchain platform for government entities already very early back in years. It has put in place a legislative sandbox for fintech startups. So really a sandbox where the fintech startups can try their fintech, their technologies, their softwares, and go out and together with the regulator find a way how in the future to regulate the matter. Dr. Saruni also said it this morning already. When we look out, the Emirates, they have put in place a blockchain strategy in 2021, which obliged the government to have 50% of all government transactions on a blockchain platform. Then there is the Dubai Metaverse strategy, which states that with up to 2030, Dubai needs to be a top jurisdiction for metaverse matters. When we look at how blockchain has been implemented here in the UAE, I bring two examples. Dubai Police Department has issued thousands of missing passport certificates. The Ministry of Health was the first national blockchain platform to securely storage medical data. This is on federal level, Ministry of Health. When we go now into the legal and regulatory issues with the use of blockchain, I start with the technology-neutral regulatory regime. The intent of those regimes is to regulate the activity that the technology helps to facilitate. So it's about the activity and not the technology. This neutral drafting, however, is of course very difficult to interpret with these new technologies and how it should be applied and which participants should be even caught, because now we have maybe new players in the field which were not there before. So here there is a need that the platform and all the participants need to know where they are in the regulatory landscape, and that's why it needs a change in how we look into put legislation in place. When we talk about governance, a utility-like nature of the blockchain platform means it's necessary to properly document the relationship between the blockchain network, the network operator, and its participants. And this, of course, through a legally enforceable contract. When we talk about the liability and risks, of course, novel and different risks are the consequence of the nature of new technology. So we need to have a look at what does it mean for security? What does it mean for confidentiality? What about the regulation? What are the tax implications? What about data protection? What about immutability? And last but not least, the automation and the decentralization, which are the core parts of the blockchain. Going further, Eric already mentioned it earlier today, IP rights. So who created what? Who is the owner of what? Of course, this is specifically an issue for public blockchain, you know, where you have the code out and everyone can use it. So here it's really about, in order to truly unlock the potential of a blockchain, it needs to be out there. It needs to be shared. That's the whole concept of blockchain. From a European perspective, we all know personal data. It's a very high topic in Europe. So here, we all know once the data is on the blockchain, it cannot be altered. Now we have some regulatory requirements when we talk about health or other personal information that needs to be maybe kept up to date. It needs to be deleted because from a European perspective, I have the right to be forgotten. So how do we deal with that in the context of blockchain? And then when we talk about the perfect world, thinking of blockchain, we talk about DAO, right? This is a decentralized autonomous organization. This is an online digital entity or an organization that operates based on the implementation of a pre-coded rules monitored on a blockchain platform. So there's no one doing anything, but it's a pre-coded optimization. And when we talk about setup and organization, such setup does not fall into the company laws and regulation we know today. Because we have an LLC, we have an LTD, it always needs a board. It needs to have someone who is responsible for what's happened. When we have this DAO, which in principle should run itself, of course, what is it? Is it a partnership? Is it a corporation? Or we talk about a legal entity? Or is it rather a legal contract? Still questions which need to be answered. Another topic, exit from the blockchain. How do I exit from the blockchain? If I, as a customer, don't have any of the data, we need to talk about the migration assistant. So the one who's running the blockchain needs to give the data to the customer in order to exit the blockchain. We heard it several times today. The big topic, of course, jurisdiction. The blockchain can be located anywhere. You have the relevant activity can be conducted anywhere. You have a platform, you have participants, they can be all over the world. When we think about jurisdiction and the legal framework, there's an increasing number of legal and regulatory regimes which have extraterritorial effect. The European GDPR, about data protection, tax laws can have broader jurisdiction or effect, and then last but not least, it's also local laws might be applicable if the related jurisdiction thinks that there is a sufficient nexus to that jurisdiction. So there's a lot out there to be considered from a legal and regulatory point of view. When we talk about jurisdiction, that doesn't mean one country or another. When we look at the financial regulators here in the UAE, we have several. In Switzerland, it's the FINMA, the Financial Regulatory Authority. Here you see, in the mainland UAE, and for all the free zones, roughly about 40, it's the UAE Central Bank and the SEA, which is in charge. And then we have the two financial free zones. Here in Dubai, it's the DIFC, under the Financial Services Authority, the FSA, and in Abu Dhabi, it's the ADGM, the Abu Dhabi Global Market, and the FSRA. So we have three financial regulators here in the UAE. So it's not just one, and you need to comply. Here it depends where you set up. To make the connection to Switzerland again, in Abu Dhabi at the time, he was Thomas Hirschi, the guy from the financial regulator from Switzerland, who was the executive director at the time. In 2018, he brought from Switzerland, from the Crypto Valley, the digital asset regulation. So since 2018, the ADGM knows about digital assets, while here in the rest of the UAE, that came way later. Tim said it this morning. You heard about VARA. This is the Virtual Asset Regulatory Authority, just for the Emirate of Dubai. So again, it's another player in the field, not federal, just in Dubai, who published 300 pages of legislation and regulation. But what they also did is they published guidelines. They published guidelines on AML and compliance. So it's a comprehensive set of documents which should allow companies, people doing business in Dubai, except the AFC, to have the proper setup and to find through how to do business and set up here in Dubai. We also heard it several times today. It's not only about the financial service and the financial sector. When we talk about blockchain, blockchain is more than cryptocurrencies. It's smart contract. We have seen earlier today from Gustavo where blockchain is used. Is it in pharmaceutical? Is it in the food sector? It can be used almost everywhere. Why does that matter? When we look at specific transaction, I take the first one, a transaction relating to goods and service. Easy, I buy a service, a good, just some normal sales and goods legislation in place. When we talk about bills of exchange and letter of credits, it might fall under specific legislation, potentially even in the regulatory environment. If we talk about securities and derivatives, of course here we talk about the financial sector. Cryptocurrencies and crypto assets, here again it might not fall under the financial sector. And here again, going back to the three regulators here in the UAE, a security token in ADGM might not be the same as a security token in the IFC. This just here in the UAE. Of course, the same is applicable around the world. We have the colleague here from Signum Bank. They're opening in ADGM, so you can have a chat to her how it works out when you deal with different regulators and a different understanding. The regulatory risk, you see it, depending on the transaction, depending on the jurisdiction, that might fall under a different regime. Is it just legislative or is it also regulatory? Then we definitely have a current lack of regulatory clarity on digital assets and tokens, if it's security token, utility token. Every jurisdiction defines that a bit on itself. And then, again, important point from the European perspective, it's about data protection and information sharing. How does that happen? What are the protections for the people involved? This was just a short overview on a very high level to give you a bit an overview on the legal and regulatory matters regard to blockchain. Again, we heard it several times today, there is a need for some control and legislation, but we are not there yet to have a comprehensive understanding which would allow these cross-border transactions where it should be. This I close my words. Thank you.
Sorry about all the noise outside. Next time I'll just close the coffee machines. So we're coming towards the end of this event today. We have someone very special talking to us right now. His name is Joel Dietz. He's a close friend of mine for many years. He lives half his life in California and the other half here. Joel is one of the co-founders of Ethereum. Ethereum is today $190 billion. So it's not a small baby. He also co-founded MetaMask, one of the main wallets that we use in order to do transactions. MetaMask is actually dealing with about 20 million users per month right now, so it's not small neither. I asked Joel if he could come and speak to us today, but he's in California, so he nicely made a small video for us. I have not had the time to see it. I'll discover it together with you. He's probably going to talk to us about his views on some of the issues he's working with. I believe Joel is working in what's going to be the next big thing for all of us in this environment. Can you put the video on, please? There's no sound.
Such a pleasure to be addressing you today. I'm very honored for the opportunity and to be doing it in Dubai as well, which is one of my favorite places in the world. My background is highly technical, but I'll be talking more about the business side of some of these opportunities, especially as they evolve. I was a programmer when I was very young, and I was fortunate to grow up in front of a computer and to love games. And now, many decades later, it turns out that games currently, involved as a research fellow and affiliate at MIT, and involved in a few different initiatives, including smart cities and future of law, how law evolves, and intersection as well with many of these hot topics. So you have AI, which is taking over the world in various places. People think now that they can replace their schooling or write their papers with AI and replace all this content. It's not always true, but it's an exciting topic, and people are trying to do it. And then you have, blockchain, right? And I kind of have been involved in various trends from the very, very beginning. And blockchain, I actually got involved before Bitcoin with other people who were involved in the alternative economy, alternative currencies, thinking about different systems and how to design them. So I read about the Bitcoin white paper maybe in 2009, and was originally quite skeptical. And then I tried to make my own digital currency, which basically failed, mainly for regulatory reasons. It was quite difficult to get a digital currency approved in 2011 when I was working on it. It was still a very difficult challenge to integrate some of these opportunities globally. And then I kind of got involved, and this guy Vitalik was writing for the Bitcoin magazine, and he very sharp mind, and I always appreciate people who are very clear and to the point and detail oriented, and include the relevant details. And Vitalik was very clearly all of those things. I loved his articles, and I really wanted to meet him and interact with him. I had heard that he was traveling around the world, and so I was trying to figure out, how to see him or whatever else. And then the day he put out the Ethereum white paper, my mind was just blown. I just thought, wow, this is the future. So many things could be done with this technology. And if you follow the history of Web3 and all the rest of it, basically went from the concept to the idea. It was the first white paper, basically a one-page website. And tons of people jumped on it and they said, wow, I'm really interested to work on such an interesting concept. And then they left everything they were doing, ran a crowdfunding campaign that got $19 million. So it was one of the largest crowdfunding campaigns with about 5,000 participants, and I was one of them. And then the project, a few years later, not really that much time has passed, maybe 7, 8 years, but it's now 100 billion or something like that. So a pretty good return. I actually don't know the numbers today, but you can welcome to look it up. On investment from 20 cents or something it was worth then in the initial crowdfunding to the numbers today in the thousands of dollars. So one of the interesting lessons on it, if you've ever touched cryptocurrency, is that these things are very volatile, they're very experimental. They're frankly based on cryptography that is not really proven, that is really that secure. And it is a problem in investing if you are an investor to be in something that has certain design patterns that are similar to other pyramid schemes, but was designed, at least in theory, to be a hedge or a currency, and yet you can't really be sure if the thing is secure or not. And part of the reason for that, as a scholar, I'll just say as well, it has to do with the historical reasons for cryptography, because cryptography as a science is kind of recent, and it's based on math, but there's a very long historical emphasis in this field in what we call information asymmetry, which is a long way of basically saying tricking people. People want you to think one thing, like your thing is secure, but actually they have the keys to things. So you say, oh, my email is so secure. Actually, someone can read your email, and if they want to do something with it, but they have it, then they will, or whatever. They want to have the ability to do that. And there's lots of large, very well-funded actors that basically play in this space, and many times they're able to convince people that things are secure that aren't really secure. So that's this kind of the world that we're playing in. Obviously, it's been very profitable for people who are in the beginning stages of it. I would say we're still in the very early stages of seeing how this evolves. But the thing that I'm most excited about is what we're doing, and that is the metaverse, the multiverse, virtual worlds, gaming experiences, things like that. And not just because because, the world's youth is growing up playing all these games, and they're always produced better, there's exciting content, the storylines are there, they're engaging, they're whole worlds into themselves. It can also be made highly profitable, to basically monetize and distribute things. And they're fundamentally based in a digital asset native world where everything is, the items are digital, they're collectible, they can be tied back into the rest of the world in various ways. So we started on the very, very technical side of this, something called meta mathematics and the concept of grouping axioms and physics and things like that, to building kind of the gaming engine version of that, which is making this stuff accessible. But what this kind of is like is simulating what parallel universes could be like. So if you've seen the Doctor Strange movies or whatever else, they're playing with a lot of these concepts in popular media and cinema, and we're kind of building the real version of that. Built on hard mathematics and physics and some music theory, and making it accessible and enjoyable. So we have a few different experiences we produce, from virtual eye clinics where you go in and experience the inside of an eye, to worlds, floating disco balls in space, to other types of immersive worlds where you can go around and explore. And we find that cities, real estate developers, musicians, festivals, different things get a benefit out of this just in being associated with it. They're effectively selling their own business better by being associated with the future, and building out virtual experiences that are exciting and engaging. In fact, even as I'm saying this, I'm basically saying this from a podcasting studio that is at this moment being imported into the metaverse so that people can record podcasts in the metaverse. So that's an extraordinarily exciting place to be, and I'm very happy to join you all, and I hope that this leads to some good business for you and me and all of us together, and thank you.
All right. Thank you, Joel. What's interesting for all of you, if you don't have met Joel yet, you will meet him here. We're probably going to do this event with about 400 people in the end of October. We've been asked to do this event much larger. He's going to be here. But what I'm trying to say is that you're looking at the future. When you are listening to Joel Dietz, is without any hesitation listening to another Elon Musk. That is the level of this guy. And you will hear a lot about him in the future. All right, so now we're coming to a very special part of this presentation. The ambassador called this Blockchain and Youth Summit. Because in his view, blockchain is young people, and he's not wrong in what he's saying. So we have invited here a group of 3 students. I don't know if the 3 of them will present or not. That are doing a very special project. They actually, I saw them once speaking at a conference, and I found that they were quite good. And we had a discussion, and then they asked me, Gustavo, do you have a project that you would like to do? And I said, yeah, I have one, but I have no time to do it. I'll let them explain it to you. So I gave them a few pointers, and they ran it, and they're running it now for 3 months on a beta phase only. They're not a company, they're just a group of very young students, and they're doing something I consider very exciting, and they're here to ask for your help. Not so much for money, they will tell you what they need in money, but as minimum, it's really your brains. They want to know you can tell them in order to help them to go further. Farouk is called CryptoPoint, the company you're going to hear from right now.
Hello everybody, I'm Farouk Ansari, the founder and CEO of CryptoPoint. I'm not experienced much, I'm just 19. I'm a first year student in university. And the idea of CryptoPoint is basically that since a lot of us are mostly into crypto and blockchain and etc. and stuff like that, you get hundreds and thousands of users daily based on the applications that you use. Example, Crypto Pro, Coin Market Cap, etc. And most of the important news tend to just get overshadowed because of the tons of news which are coming in. So what our platform does is we basically pick the top 10, top 30 news, and we basically provide it to the user on a daily basis so that every morning when they wake up, they can just look at it, see what the news is, what the important part of the things is, and just get on with their day. And as most of the companies over here, which I've noticed is regarding blockchain or metaverse or Web3, I think our company can play a very small and vital role, I suppose, in basically helping people get inside the Web3 space and the blockchain space, as we also provide these certain crash courses which people can do for the people who are new to blockchain or crypto. Since, as a matter of fact, blockchain and crypto has recently came into the picture in the recent times, and it has grown exponentially. And it basically has left a lot of people behind in terms of understanding of crypto or blockchain. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to help people basically just basically to be able to offer them knowledge on for like the blockchains and cryptos. We're gonna handpick the news for the users based on their preference. So, example, if Mr. Gustavo wants news on Bitcoin, we'll give him news on Bitcoin on a daily basis. And if somebody else wants news on, example, when the coins are gonna dip, or basically what is the situation of the coins, we're gonna give them the news based on that. And then also we're also gonna have certified courses for people which they can do for the new people, for the newcomers who want to enter the blockchain world and do not know where to start. And also we're going to have these courses for people who are already in the course and like who are already there in the space and they want to just enrich their knowledge or like, expand their views. Sorry. So this is the team. I have two of my good friends over here who I'm partnered up with for this project. Ayman and Junaid, if you guys can turn around and just standing over there. Yeah, thank you. And let's move on. So now the problem that we have targeted, as I've spoken before, you get thousands of news every day, which to be honest is quite annoying because you're gonna... Thank you. So, as a person, as what I do every morning, this is like, I spend a couple of time, like a little bit of time, and I basically go through the applications, look up the news, and basically afterwards, after like quite like an hour of spending, I decided to get on with my day because for me, I have to go through the different type of applications, get into the news, and etc. But what we have decided, and basically it's quite annoying because of the notifications which come every single time is, it bothers you when you're waiting for something important. So, which is quite annoying, and that's one of the main important problems that we have targeted. And we have also known that, as I've said before, blockchain and crypto has grown rapidly. People have not understood the concept entirely well. So we want to help them. We want to be able to give back to the community by providing courses that they can do and they can understand it better. So now, this is our solution to it. So our solution is that we want to provide users, whoever use our platform, with powerful insights regarding the blockchain world and the crypto world. And we also want to provide these crash courses to the people which can help them. Because, to be honest, even though there are platforms which specifically provide these specific courses, they're at a very outrageous price. Most of them are probably like $20 to $30, which probably don't provide it as like that much value to your knowledge. Next. This is attraction. So we have actually tested our product out on a page which consists of 17,000 followers, and if I may, the page which we have done that is on Mr. Gustavo's LinkedIn himself. So every day which you see, you have a page which comes onto his feed, and we have top 10 users which we have picked out, and it shows that all the important users with the top 5 coins, the pricing of every day. And this is the total number of views, which is 7,198. And a weekly average is 900, with a monthly average being 2,549. And according to research in Google, we have gotten to know that the engagement rate of 2% is considered really good on LinkedIn. And And our engagement rate is about 14%, which I think is really good. And by the way, this project was done with no publicity at all. No publicity, no marketing whatsoever. It was just there every single day. And this is basically the outcome which we had, which I think is quite good. And if marketed well and converted into a platform, it could do really well. So according to Statista, a website, this is the number of users from 2017 and the predicted users until 2027. So as you can see, in 2017 we have 39.2 million users. And currently we are at 2023 where we have 257. And it's predicted that it's going to reach up to 347 million users. Which means that there's a lot of people who are going to come inside blockchain and crypto. And of course, it's going to take time. Not exactly too much time, it's like around 4 years more. And so that we're trying to help more people. Of course, the number is pretty huge either way. But we're trying to help more people, more young people, or probably like people of your age to get inside blockchain. I appreciate you all are experts. I'm sorry, but the people who are out there, you know, is helping every single one to get there into the blockchain space. So this is the market size. And then, according to Grand's special review, if I'm not wrong, the revenue in the cryptocurrency segment is projected to reach $42.9 billion this year. And also the highest revenue being around 22,710,000. Never mind. So it's around 22 billion is expected to have the highest revenue. And the number of users by 2027 is 347 million. Which, again, is a really big number. The market is, of course, really huge. There's a lot of scope for entering the market and, you know, being in the space. Next, our business model. Our business model is basically a simple model where we are aiming to generate revenue through subscriptions and through the crash courses which are going to provide to the user, and also through ad revenue. And by ad revenue, I mean the blockchain companies which require the right exposure in the right environment. We're going to try and help them enter the space through advertisements as well. And our target people are the people who want to enter the blockchain space or the crypto space, as I mentioned before. That our target audience is the people who want to enter and who have already entered and just want to expand their knowledge. And our benefit of choosing us would be that not only that you will be able to get handpicked users, you will be also able to expand your knowledge based on blockchain or crypto. And adaptation strategy. Adaptation strategy is to show the value of our product, of our package, by providing it to the user for free for a limited period of time, like a trial period, so that they experience how well our product is and how well our service is being provided. And not only that, we'll also be expanding on different platforms, example Instagram, Twitter, etc., to create traction and attract people and basically help them learn more about crypto and blockchain and etc., stuff like that. It's a very simple strategy, and it's nothing too much, nothing too less. Moving on, it's a competition. It's, of course, we are at very low scale right now. We can't compete with them right now because they obviously have standard and etc. like that. But these are our competitors, identified competitors as CryptoPro, CoinMarketCap, and CoinStats. As all of these platforms, they provide news to users, but it's not based on the preference of the user. When in our case, the user can choose what type of reference news they want. So that way, it will be better for them. And I'm going to talk to you about our advantages. Number one is handpicked news for you. Anytime you want, you can choose what type of news you want. Number two is you're going to have courses, crash courses, so that, you know, all the people benefit from it. And then our subscription prices are going to be at a very affordable rate, which is going to help everybody. Next, our expected revenue in the next 6 months, if monetized, is going to be around $120,000. It's calculated based on 6 months of continuation with $8 of pricing subscription to 15,000 users in the first 6 months. So we're expecting 15,000 users in the first 6 months of the product launch. And that's where the figure comes in. And the expected cost is around $43,000, which includes all the cost of license and basically office spaces and etc. like that. Next, what we're looking for, why are we here? We're looking for strategic partners to basically help us make the product better, help us in opening the company, like with all the formalities, and basically showing us showing the ropes to us, because since we just entered the space, we don't have much knowledge about it, we want to learn. So we would love for people to help us out, teach us their ways, since, pretty sure all of you are successful people over here, and we would also like to be like one of you guys someday. So, and we'd also like help in the marketing sector of our company. And we're also looking for investors to help us cover the cost of the companies, and also to help us cover the cost of the advertisements that we're going to put up, and also cover the initial costs. Yeah, that's it. Thank you very much.
Well done, Farouk. No, it's not easy for you to present after all these monsters that presented today here. But you did great, and you three have done a fantastic job. I hope that some of the people that are hearing what they're doing will come and talk to them later on and say, how can we help you to make that a reality? So I've taken them as far as I could, since I gave them the idea, but I think they can do a little more. All right, so we're coming to the last presentation before the coffee break, and then we will finish afterwards. Is the rare antiquities. Ryan Howells is right here. That's what I thought. I don't see Ryan Howells. Maybe he's outside. I cannot go and call him. Can someone call Ryan Howells? Otherwise, they're not presenting. We just go to a coffee break. I have no problems in doing that. In Switzerland, people come on time or they don't come at all. All right, coffee break. Thank you very much. boss of the coffee and coffee? Is there a responsible person? Who's the boss of all the assets? Is there a company? Show me the boss. Bilal is not here. Well, he's going to miss it. All right, so I guess everybody that was here is now in. So the ones that are here are invited to the cocktail. The ones that are outside, I'm not inviting them. All right, so listen, we're coming to the end of this. I guess everybody's tired. We've had a lot of information, very good companies, very good speakers, fantastic audience, engaging. We have planned a Q&A session with everybody here, but I think it is too much for the amount of information we're giving it. So let's be reasonable. So the point here now that we have Alex and Ahmed here, the top guys, is does anybody has any burning questions? There is one there. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, everybody. I spoke this morning, and first of all, I'd like to say that we also used to play other games when we were very young. But fortunately, they were different games. I don't envy you guys playing games on computers. That was the first thing. Secondly, it seems as if cryptocurrency is going to be the next thing. Can anybody tell me what is going to happen, as a Swiss, I would like to know, of course, what is going to happen to banks?
I can answer that question. Banks are going to become a computer screen. No more than that. In a few years, banks will not exist the way we know them today. However, there is one trend inside our industry. We discussed the metaverse at length. It is very possible that banks will become metaverse entities. That means the following. They will have their own ecosystem inside the screens. You will have your avatar that will know you because the avatar knows what do you use your credit card for. We have 50 years of experience, or 50 years of history for anyone here who is 50 years old plus like me, of credit card information. So your avatar will know what you're looking for. So the answer is very simple. Banks will disappear the way we know them today. There will be different sort of entities, highly computerized, and the way we will manage money will be very, very different. Remember the pyramid I showed you with over 40%, over 60% of the population less than 40 years old? I showed earlier this. That is the amount of people that are pushing for banks not being what they are today. I guess I told you that my daughter asked me the other day, why do you go to the bank, Daddy? And I said, I go there because I like to talk to people. Well, young people don't want to talk to anybody in the bank. They just want to do things via a screen, etc. So the future of banking is very different than what we see today. And by the way, we're not very far away. Alex showed a bank today. What he showed is going to be a bank. These guys are not going to have guichets somewhere. They're not going to have offices. They're going to work directly via the platforms. You could almost say that banks will become platforms. Perhaps that's the best way I can describe it. Any other questions? You know what the worst question is? Yeah. Is the one you never ask. Please do. Go ahead.
What percentage of the world transactions are being taken place in cryptocurrency, and what is the outlook for the next 10 years?
Well, I explained today that the value of crypto is around $1 trillion today. That is 1% of the total wealth of the world, which is around $100 trillion. The thing is that the crypto industry is growing at in excess of 20% per year right now. So you can calculate how fast this will go. In a few years, I believe that around 50% of the transactions will be crypto transactions without any doubts. I'm sure Alex has some very good information about that. Please ask him afterwards. But that's what we're going to. So at least half the transactions will be done in crypto. Obviously, let's ask the bad question. we have a problem with the central banks. Of course we have a problem with central banks. Because today, money is controlled by central banks. They control the interest rate, they control M1, which is how much money you put in the market. That's where they deal with inflation. But we have seen, and it was mentioned today here, that the main problem is that because we've been doing something that we in banking nicely call quantitative easing, which means nothing more than just printing money out of nothing, we have too much money in the system. That's the reason why we cannot dump inflation. That's a key reason. It was mentioned by someone today. So certainly the issue with the central banks will have to be resolved. My personal belief is that central banks will start issuing cryptocurrency of some sort and make a very clear difference between CBDC, which is basically just a digital version of currency issued by a central bank, and cryptocurrencies. Cryptos are based on a decentralized system, as we saw today. CBDCs have nothing to do with that. It's just glorified digital money. That's all. Any other questions? No? You understood everything? You all clear? You have a question there? Yeah. Central banks are ready. Do you think they may want to kill it? Do you know the way to kill cryptocurrencies? Does anybody know? There's an easy way to kill them. We can stop that tomorrow morning. You know what it is? We switch off the internet. Very simple. We switch off the internet, we stop the crypto business. Do you know what the cost of switching off the internet is? Read it. I'll just suggest you have that as a homework tonight. Type in your computers how much it costs to stop the web system, Web3, what we saw today. It's impossible. It's not possible. So there's going to have to be some sort of compromise. And I believe that this is going into another direction, which has to do again with the pyramid of population I show you there. El Salvador, whom you all know, accepts cryptocurrencies as legal tender. That means that you can use dollars, euros, pesos from El Salvador or cryptos in a legal way. Do you know who the president of El Salvador is? Do you know his age? Go and check it. I mentioned today that those are the people that are going to change this. So the next generation of consumers are already pushing for the crypto world because that's the only thing they understand. When Joel Dietz there was telling you about the gaming and all that, what he didn't say is that the main reason for cryptos behind gaming is that you pay with cryptocurrencies. If you want to have the brand new, what's the name of this player? Mbappe or whatever his name is. If you want to have his brand new t-shirt inside the internet or the crypto space, the only way for you to pay for it is in cryptocurrencies. That's why it's growing so much. And that generation of gamers, I'm not a gamer, but I recognize that young people are mostly gamers. That generation of gamers is growing up, and that's the only thing they know. That's the only thing they understand. We are today in a total paradigm shift. Old farts like me should not exist, right? Except that I came into this many years ago because I'm an engineer by training. After I left banking, I came into this for that reason. But most people my age don't understand it. They're far from it. As a matter of fact, my best friends, CEOs of several banks. We have a club of CEOs, ex and actual CEOs. They're just waiting to go in retirement. They're not going to do anything with their banks. They're not going to take their banks digital because it's complicated and they can get fired. So their package will go off. That's what we are. We are in a generational change, a paradigm shift. That is where we are. Any more questions? There you go.
Thank you for a very interesting event. My name is Mazda Rafati. I think the elephant in the room is actually the insecurity that the human aspect was. I think most of the frauds that we see is not technology, it's the human element. And that is basically the chicken and egg problem between regulation to create security to go mass.
Yeah.
And on the other hand, if you do that, then you lose the element of decentralization, what actually the blockchain technology is about. So what is your take about this? Where is it?
My take is very simple. Crooks will always exist. To the end of times, to the end of this world, crooks will be there. Because, wait, I'm getting to you, all right? Crooks will always be there. And regulation and the regulatory environment, I'm referring to my friend Michael here, is not necessarily the answer. And I'll give you one example that you all know about it. The size of the fraud of Bernie Madoff is in excess of $50 billion. That's how much money he took from people over the period of 20 years, where he was, among others, the head of the New York Stock Exchange. All right? He was audited at least 5 times. By the way, if you have Netflix, watch the documentary on Barry Madoff in Netflix. It's actually quite good, quite neutral, but it really explains to you and to anybody here that Madoff was audited a whole bunch of times in a totally regulated environment, and nothing happened. So I don't think that we can solve that. That's human nature. There'll always be bad people and good people. What we can do, and I think it was Guy that said that, it's just a matter of learning from past mistakes. What did we learn from FTX? What did we learn from Celsius? Etc. By the way, FTX and Celsius came to see us. They asked for our money here like anybody else, and we told them that they didn't pass our risk assessment.
And you're right, that it's within human nature to always try to be deceitful and take advantage of other people for monetary gain. Blockchain is a creation of humans, so that's natural that that possibility will be embedded within this foundational layer. However, Jorge made a great point today. There are things called white hat hackers, where you can actually be remunerated for exposing flaws in the financial coding of such platforms. In previous iterations of frauds, as Gustavo has alluded to, this wasn't as possible. So now, actually, blockchain does give us more transparency to expose some of the fraudulent activities that were going on.
The point I was trying to make is C5 towards T5, yes. Right? In the C5 model, yes, there is somebody who can actually con literally everybody. I've seen that documentary, it's actually quite well done. The other one, that's actually what it's supposed to prevent, because you're giving the power not to Gustavo, but to the board. And it still is possible to con everybody, and then it's on blockchain and you can follow it. Well, that's great for the investors to see, right? Because they were there.
How much money you lost?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yes.
That's one of the biggest handbrakes
Yeah.
that we have to actually unleash this technology and get the trust of the institutions to get fully on board.
I agree with you. I agree with you that every time an event like what happened several months ago happens, it sets us back several years of institution and mass adoption. I personally think the answer is more decentralization, more transparency.
Yeah.
What happened with the example you mentioned, FTX, that was a centralized operation. It was a small core group of people making decisions off balance sheet, off record, for their own personal gain. If all of that was on chain, it would have been identified by the millions of people that participate in our ecosystem around the world. There are several similar projects, investment products, exchanges, that are decentralized, that do post collateral online. You can see what the contents of their wallets and where it's going to and coming from. And I think the answer is more decentralization.
Certainly, that's, yeah, but I fully agree with you. More decentralization, more blockchain database use is the answer to that. If there are no other questions, we're all going to go for a nice drink. This time we did get an alcohol license for the end of the day. Last night at the drinks at the other hotel, we couldn't get it. There is a question there, gentlemen.
Lost a lot of money. I understand you, I really agree with you, but there is governance and risk compliance is unseen here. So I think will be good in the coming years. So the technology is evolving. We have a way to stop them. So good luck.
Yeah. All right. So listen. Unfortunately, we're.
We have to raise that question.
I'm going to have to cut you off. Sorry about
Thank
it.
you.
I apologize. No, it's just that we have a cocktail. And they have a timing in the hotel and the whole thing. So both Pilar and I.
We can continue this downstairs.
Yeah, we would like to thank, obviously, all the audience, the participants, the speakers, the companies, for a very good and professional event. As I said, probably the next one is going to be around 400 people by the end of the year, because the concept has been proven that we can have a professional conference on blockchain. You know, a conference where we discuss serious issues in a serious way, dressed in a proper way. If you know what I mean? Yeah. So before we close this, I would like to call some people here that were instrumental in making this event happen. Without them, this would have not happened. They work with very limited means to do this. There was not tons of money around, but they did it very well and in an incredible way. The first one is obviously Géraldine Denoyer. Can you come here, please, Géraldine? Géraldine has been the main person working on everything you see here during the event, and she's done an incredible job. The other person is Guillaume. Is Guillaume here? No, he's not. All right, there he is. Guillaume, all right. Guillaume and Géraldine, they both organize one part of the Cannes Film Festival. That's the reason why this event is so top. And they've done a great thing. Guillaume is responsible for all the graphics you've seen, all the QR codes, everything, and they've done an incredible job. Obviously, my partner, Bilal, right? Who believed me when I told you I got up at 3 o'clock in the morning and I have an idea, let's do a conference. That's exactly the way it happened. See, he said, all right, let's do it. Why not? And
this is the outcome of that idea.
And last but not least, our dear friend Ahmed Rifai. Please come over. Yeah. Ahmed worked relentlessly in order to get us the right crowd of people, curated, not animals in the room, which I hate personally, all right? Very professional people only. And I will just close by saying this. I would like to thank profoundly the Swiss Business Council, Peter Harradine, who also believed in the story. When I went to tell him that at the Swiss Tower, sounded pretty crazy, but it was good. And obviously, the Swiss Embassy, they're no longer here. They were, as you can see, they supported us completely. So thank you very much for everybody. We hope to see you by the end of October if we can pull this out in a much bigger way. And let's go have drinks. Drinks are by the restaurant we were this morning, on the terrace by the restaurant.
All right? Enjoy. Thank you very much.
Right on.
Yeah.
Well done, Geraldine.
All right. Many more to come. Before now.
Thank you. Oh, I forgot to say thank you to the technicians that did a great job. Bravo.